like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like shown tonight. Never feel how I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757 354 5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Singing Bible night before my praises on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing through the lights. I'd rather see the college have some
The NFL Week 12 round robin is live. Just after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I am Stephen Murray. We are broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. See, we have a bunch of new viewers on board early on this morning. Welcome. Thank you for tuning in. If you are new to this program, we're a little different from all the others. We're going to give you some definite unique angles that the others don't explore. And while you may tune into several other gambling shows, know that they tell you lies. They tell you big lies on how to try to win a good chunk of money this afternoon, as we hope to do on this NFL Week 12. Coming off some winners for sure. Last week, I think I cashed 3 different tickets. Nothing super crazy. All kind of smallish to medium range, but that was a lot of fun. The Ant-Man continues to be on fire. I think he's only had 2 losing weekends. Dave Del Grande with his call of the week last week with the 49ers. I used them as my, bet 1,000 to win 1,000 super lock of the week. And the 49ers sail home there. So we're 7-3 with that, missing 1 week because we just simply forgot to do that. And Nephew Dave, I think 1 Flacco rushing yard away from a huge hit last week. So welcome, 4th and 1. Welcome to you from New Haven, Connecticut this morning. Let's see here. You like Tucker, Pickens, Taylor, T. Higgins for 2, and George Kittles. We got lots of great angles, I think, this afternoon for this great wagering slate, especially in the early window at 1 o'clock, as some of the games don't look so much appealing as we get later into the day. And I want to go back to college football real quick yesterday, because I think it kind of translates into what we're seeing today and what we actually do with the first part of the program here this morning, which is go over our fresh lines, get the weather. I told a story a million times, when I would wake up early on Sunday mornings getting all amped to put in my 3-game parlay for today, or, my 5-team parlay, or whatever I would do to drive to the Western Union to get to the offshore sports book many, many years ago, many decades ago. I would be up early studying, and part of that is weather and having live content. Both, obviously, weather was available back in the yesteryear of 1995, 2000 era, but not so much live content talking about the gambling of the day's games. So that's what we look to provide to you, a first look at everything. We'll get the weather squared away, and we'll look at the slate with the fresh lines, and then we get into it. Our man Dave Del Grande, the inventor of fantasy football. How about that on our program, as he always is weekly? The man who nurtured it from its get-go, and we need to follow up on that as well. That's not something we've discussed on this program in our 4th year, and I think I've taken it a little bit lightly, but I just did not realize the extent of the role that Dave Del Grande played in fantasy football in the 80s and the 90s. I knew he was a pioneer, writing articles about fantasy football, etc. But he's literally the one who gave it birth. He was the first ESPN employee to deal with fantasy football. So for all intents and purposes, he is the godfather, OG, and basically the inventor of fantasy football. We're going to get him to tell his story on that on our Thanksgiving special this Thursday morning, which will start at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we'll talk about the history of fantasy football, Dave Del Grande on how he gave it legs, and then we'll get his 4 picks for Thursday and the game on Friday. The crew will come in Thursday morning We'll get amped up before that first game with the Lions and the Packers. And we'll break down those 4 games. And then we will be back on Sunday morning, and we'll do it all over again here on the Round Robin, again now in our 4th year. So the history of fantasy football with Dave Delgrande, the Godfather, this Thursday, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will air our show live. So that will be pretty cool. That will be pretty cool. Let's see. Let's get to it. And what I was saying with the college football yesterday, and if you noticed just how nice it was everywhere, and then if you also noticed how many points were scored, because we had a ton of points in college football yesterday. Will that translate to Sunday? Well, it could, because we have some very nice weather all over the place. And again, even some of our colder venues are going to be indoors. So let's go through the weather and the updated lines right now as we see it. And let me get back to my main NFL menu. And we'll start with the first game today at Paycor Stadium with my Patriots, who I see at 7.5 now, 50.5. No Joe Burrow. And that's the other thing. Injury news happening at all times, any minute for the last few days, probably all up until the late scratches for your last second roster submissions at 11 a.m. this morning. So Patriots at Paycor Stadium now laying 7.5. That number has been all over the place, right? So the weather there in Cincinnati, 53 degrees, hardly any winds, a beautiful fall day for football there. I also see an 8 as well with New England now. Pittsburgh is catching 2.5. So they are underdogs at Soldier Field today. 50 degrees, sunny skies, 46.5 is the total there at Soldier Field. Let's see here. Get back to my weather page. Winds just under 10 miles per hour. All right. M&T Bank Stadium with the Ravens and the Jets. I now see the Ravens laying a full 14 points, 44.5. I also see a 13.5. No weather issues in Baltimore this afternoon. It is a nice 56-degree fall afternoon. Nissan Stadium in Nashville, a beautiful day for you. The Seahawks are in town. I see 13.5 and 40.5 at Nissan Stadium. 62 degrees is your weather forecast for Nashville today. So a beautiful day to tailgate. I also see 12.5 now for the Seahawks. So that line moving in favor of Tennessee, taking some money early this morning. How about that? The Lions indoors today, 12.5, 49.5 against the Giants. If you're tailgating outside, bring a jacket, 45 degrees there. NFC North matchup with Green Bay at Lambeau Field, 41 degrees. 41.5 is the over-under degrees, probably close to that, right? 45 degrees, 46 degrees at Lambeau Field today. If you've never been to Lambeau Field, you must. We went for the Patriots and the Packers game, took the show on the road in our very first season. A little road trip, if you remember the original days of this program, where we stopped at Wrigley Field on the way, PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Fun little 3-stadium rotation with baseball and football. We look to do that some more for sure, especially maybe even the spring. Quite frankly, what runs all this show going onto the road is a bankroll. People, let's be honest. Most of this is coming out of my pocket and relying on wins, as are my bills for the most part right now, as it is a slower time of the swimming pool season. Let's see. Vegas -4 now, -4 at home against Cleveland. Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback for the Browns, This is the first game in the late window today. Why do I see Max Crosby running through the backfield, ripping the ball out of Shedeur Sanders' hands? 65 degrees and beautiful. If you're tailgating, shout out to Joe Harris, the landlord at the stadium today. He was also at the F1 race that concluded last night. Max Verstappen, the winner there. If you have any bets you're laying in bed, trying to figure out if you won your Las Vegas Grand Prix or not. So indoors for the Raiders and the Browns. I also see 3.5 for Oakland. I see the Jags minus 2.5, 47.5 indoors at Arizona with the Cardinals. That is 63 degrees and a beautiful day to tailgate. A little bit cool in Arizona, right? Seems like it, but a beautiful day to tailgate nonetheless. Gorgeous day in New Orleans. 74 degrees for the Saints and the Falcons. New Orleans minus 2.5 and 40. I also see 1.5. So money coming in on the Falcons early this morning as well. Money coming in on the Falcons and the Titans. How about that? Eagles laying 3, 47.5 at Dallas. Big game for the Cowboys, really, to try to hang around in this playoff hunt. Philly could afford a loss, but, man, they are not winning pretty. And locker room, malcontent, perhaps. Philly, let's see if they can continue their winning ways at AT&T Stadium. 66 degrees, 4:25 p.m. Now, you fans down there, I've seen a lot of Dallas videos lately of fans being naughty, okay, in the stands, not being nice to the other fans. Philly, we know your reputation as well. Can you guys just be nice today if you're going to the game? Do we need to be aggro all the time? Can we just relax and watch the damn football game instead of getting in fights? All right, I don't want to hear anything about mass fighting today at AT&T Stadium with the Eagles and the Cowboys. The last few times they've played, there's been plenty of stories about it. So let's just chill out, please. That rant comes out of nowhere, to be honest. As this show is always unscripted, never a script. Just bullet points, big bullet points like weather and fresh lines. -7, -7.5 now, too, for the Rams. Tampa Bay, is this a bad spot tonight on Sunday Night Football? SoFi Stadium is the location, 64 degrees. And then tomorrow night, full touchdown in the field goal by the 49ers, 49.5 at Levi Stadium as they host the Carolina Panthers. A gorgeous night in the Bay Area. We have absolutely zero weather concerns. So that is fantastic for what we like to try to do, and that is to try to invest the minimum to make the maximum. Why are we going to take $10 to the 7-Eleven where you can put it on 3 or 4 players to score a touchdown or 2 touchdowns? Or how about quarterback rushing yards, running back receive yards, wide receiver diva receive yards, defensive touchdown scores? The list goes on and on of the possibility of winning plays this afternoon. And the higher the points, the more people get involved. That's just the simple math. Other than that, and we talk about the prop angle as well, good lesson just to be learned from last week that we speak about on the show as well. When you got guys dropping left and right from injuries, there's nothing you can do about it with your bets. I mean, your bet is just done, toast in the water if you're relying on props. You have to have some teams. You have to have some totals. You have to have some team points. You have to have some bets that don't involve strictly players. That way, you're just not stuck on the sideline when you have, 5 or 10 different player bets. And then next thing you know, 2 or 3 of your common guys are all knocked out in the second quarter, giving you like zero chance whatsoever. Always have an under ticket as well. Find 5 or 6 things of unders you like, because trust me, there are a lot more unders that come in probably than overs. So those are my two pieces of advice for your newbies. The other thing is this, and I'll talk about this briefly before we get to Dave Del Grande. And again, if you've heard this before, you can never not repeat it. But again, you're going to get people killing at least this program for our mentality and how we like to do parlays, same game parlays, etc. Keep in mind, these are the same people doing teasers who criticize us, okay? But, you don't necessarily need to chase every half point, $100 to win $100. If we can turn $20 into $5,000, okay, which we do on the regular, let's see, I turned, I think, 30 into 1,100 yesterday on soccer. 5 teams in soccer to get over 1.5 goals. So a nice winner for me in soccer yesterday. I got another ticket this morning. Sheffield United, take them if it's 0-0 right now in the English Championship. Parlay them with Aston Villa and then over 3.5 goals, Tottenham. So Aston Villa over 3.5 goals, Tottenham, and Sheffield United, if you can get down on that right now. But if we can turn in, $20 into $4,000, okay, we now have a margin of error of a lot. We have a $4,000 win. So how many more $20 bets goes into that 4,000 before we lose? Well, technically it is, you have 5 20s into 100, and then you got 40 times 5. So you get 200 chances before you're back into the negative. So that's just going to be the philosophy here. We're going to win well within those parameters and get another nice victory. The Ant-Man on that motif, I mean, he's free rolling for next 5 NFL seasons at this point, just from that standpoint alone. Yeah, and when you do get a big hit, like I had a real nice 1 week too. I think $6,000 winner. I mean, that paid for just about the whole season. So I've been on somewhat of a free roll myself. It'll be hard. No matter how many winning or losing weekends you may have, it just takes that 1 or 2 or 3 real big ones that will really clean the clock for you. I got some haymakers we're throwing out there today, and I'll post some tickets as we get Dave Del Grande going this morning. All right, so a lot to do. We are just at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. We got our lines updated. I think we've learned the main thing is the Titans and the Falcons are the teams taking the money in mostly this morning. So what we'll do now is we'll go on out to the West Coast. We will pipe in our guy. He writes for Deadspin. He covers the Golden State Warriors for Field Level Media. He is the godfather, the OG, the inventor of fantasy football. He comes to us from Castro Valley, California. Mr. Fantasy himself. Let's take a look at our focus group of teams, the NFC West, the AFC West, and then all the other games on the board. We'll see what we can't find for our best plays of the day. So let's cue up Dave Del Grande. I'll be back with the Ant-Man and Nephew Dave right at about 9:45, 10 o'clock. And maybe we'll do a little bit of art of making the tickets, right? We'll make a ticket together at 9:30. I'll try to think of a good angle. Quarterback rushing yards today, perhaps. If we're going to get a lot of points, that means the ball is going to move. I think we just need to find a good running back receive yard ticket and go from there, all right? Or maybe we can come up with our we do 2 touchdown madness with you guys. So you kind of don't want to do the 2 touchdown madness. Maybe we'll just do a 1 touchdown ticket. We haven't done that. Let's do a 1 touchdown art of making the ticket today. All right. Sounds like fun. We'll do that at 9:30. Let's queue up without any further ado from Castro Valley, California, Dave Del Grande. there's a million directions I want to go before we get into the games. But maybe this will open it up to some extent. Is this the worst bet in the world right now for futures, considering how inconsistent most of these teams are? That always towards the end of the season, there's one or two teams that go ahead and make a run. So that being said, I feel obligated just to maybe try to find the two best candidates on the outside looking in. Granted, they probably won't win this bet, but for the price, I'm definitely priced in, and it makes it kind of fun at the end of the day to try to root for these guys to try to get into the playoffs. But I have a ticket, $15, that pays $4,000 if the Dolphins and the Cowboys make the playoffs. Is that the worst thing in the world right now?
No, actually, it isn't. I think that, there are two ways of looking at unpredictable things, which you're right, this season is certainly headed in that direction. And which is, it's hard for the amateurs like us. I'll speak for myself, the amateurs like myself, to predict what's going to happen. But at the same time, it's hard for the experts to predict what's going to happen. And so you end up a lot of times with the usual suspects getting, favoritism by the experts. And that opens the door for some really nice prices on the outside. And, on one hand, you could say, well, this happens every year. There's always surprise teams. But in the end, it's always Kansas City and, the usual suspects in the NFC. And while that's generally true, this season just seems a little bit different. I mean, every week there's a couple of results that are real head scratchers. We already started off with one this week where, man, Buffalo, nobody's roller coaster is a more up and down ride this year than Buffalo. I mean, there are weeks when you would say, man, that team's a contender. And there are weeks like this one where you would say, man, you got your offensive line just got completely bulldozed by this team. I mean, what chance do you have against some good defenses moving forward? So, yeah, I mean, I think that if there were ever a season to take a stab in the dark, I think it's this one.
All right. You touched on that game, so let me flip it to the Houston side of things. Do you think that there are coaches, maybe even management, kind of giving that side-eye look to C.J. Stroud, knowing that Davis Mills just went 3-0? Obviously, they're going to give Stroud the job back when he gets back. But that leash might be a little bit shorter than what he's had in years past. And you can just see that reflective in the fantasy. Wasn't he one of the top picks for quarterback after his rookie season? And now he ended up last season getting cut for people, for the Carolina quarterback. So a fall from grace to some extent. And the longer he stays sidelined and the other guys winning games, the worse off it's going to be for him, correct?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys who's headed down the same road as we've seen a lot of highly regarded, big-arm college quarterbacks gone down. I guess you would put the Trevor Lawrence in the same category. And that is you can throw the ball 70 yards and that looks great at practice. But when it comes time to play the game, it's the guy who's able to throw the 5-yard swing pass to the back and catch him in stride, or see that the tight end breaking open on a pattern that's supposed to be going to the outside receiver and just moving the chain little by little. And that was the big thing in this Buffalo game. I mean, if you watch the first quarter or quarter and a half of that game, you had to be asking yourself,
right,
how is this Davis Mills guy even in the NFL? I'm not sure I've ever seen a worse performance by a quarterback on national TV. I mean, he had guys wide open, and I don't know where he's throwing the ball. And it's like, oh man, who's their third string guy, and when are we going to see him? And then all of a sudden, he starts hitting everything in sight. But part of that was the receivers, shockingly, were wide open. And it wasn't because he was throwing the ball 40 yards down the field like Stroud tends to do. He was just dumping it off to his backs and his tight ends and his receivers on little out patterns. Because when we saw Stroud at his best was when Houston had 2 or 3 really top flight wide receivers going. And since then, they've lost them. I mean, they still have Collins, but they're other than that, they have one of the weakest receiving corps in the league. They don't really have backs who catch the ball well out of the backfield. They don't have backs that do much of anything. And so it's I don't know how much of the blame to put on Stroud. I mean, if Tank Dell was as good as he appeared 2 years ago, then we might be having a different conversation. If the Texans add a third wideout, we see these in every draft. The last thing they needed 2 years ago was to add another wide receiver, but now they certainly need one. So you come back next year, and maybe Dell is healthy. You've still got Collins, and now you bring in, one of these studs from college football, and now you've got these 3 really good wideouts who can run down the field, and now Stroud's got a chance. So, I wouldn't give up on him yet, but man, that was certainly was an interesting performance by their offense there, because their receivers are not as good as they looked in that game. I mean, I can't believe they got as open as they did so many times.
Maybe that's just an indictment on Buffalo and their defense.
Man, I mean, like I said,
at the end,
it's shocking. The one Buffalo team that shows up one week and then the Buffalo team that shows up the next week. Well, although I guess the week before that game against Tampa, where they end up winning that game, they gave up a ton of passing yards in that game, and they bailed that game out with some nice kick returns and some crazy stuff that happened. So, maybe they're just not as good as they look sometimes.
I think we're just littered with these teams that can go from one extreme almost to the other. I mean, what about the Chargers? You almost want to give them a pass because they went to the East Coast, but you can't give them a pass for that performance. That was terrible last week.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, good point. And then
they're supposed to be a real good team, kind of in a way. People you pick them for your preseason Super Bowl sneaky team. But man, go ahead.
No, good point. I mean, you started this conversation by saying it's just been an unpredictable season, a lot of inconsistencies, and even now, you look at some of the top teams and you wonder, is the schedule going to get tougher on them? Are they really? I mean,
Colts?
Denver and Indy, right? Denver and Indy. These are the 2 teams now that would be seeded first and second if the playoffs started now. And man, if I were Kansas City or Baltimore or heck Buffalo, even the Chargers, I'd love to draw one of those 2 teams in the first or second round of the playoffs. So we still got, and again, this gets back to what you said originally. It would not be shocking if Miami went on a little run here and started passing some of these teams that are very inconsistent. And same in the NFC. Oh, the NFC seems to be a little bit more predictable, I would say, than the AFC. But
someone's going to have to fall out, like Green Bay or somebody. It's going to have to just stumble bad.
And injuries, will certainly play a factor down the line. One key injury, if McCaffrey goes out for the 49ers, then they're out of the picture. Even if we see injuries at Green Bay. If the quarterback gets injured, what are they? Do they really got a shot? There's just a lot of teams like that. That there are one injury away from. Even Philly,
right?
Which banks so much on basically 4 guys on offense. If any of those 4 guys got hurt, it would really knock them down. back to the pack anyway. So, that's part of the unpredictability of the league, So
Phillies, they're a
So
little
why
soap
not
opera
now?
amongst themselves,
Right.
amongst everything else. Yeah, there's a lot to go through. I mean, the Colts, how about this? They might not win another game. They got the
No.
Chiefs, the Texans, the Jaguars, at Seattle. They got your 49ers. They got the Jags and the Texans again.
yeah,
I mean, they're going to win a game or two, but you could almost make the argument, if you want to talk extremes, this is where the bottom falls out for the Colts. We said it about the
Well,
Bears
right.
last year, and it happened. It did happen.
yes, but they've done remarkably well. I mean, and you start talking about some of those teams that you mentioned there, and there's no reason why they can't beat Seattle. There's no reason why they can't beat San Francisco.
Right.
I mean, you would expect them to sweep Jacksonville. There's no reason they can't at least split with Houston and those. I mean, on one hand, you're talking about them going whatever 0-6 or 0-7 the rest of the way. On the other hand, you could look at it and say, if they went 5-2 the rest of the way, that wouldn't be shocking either. So who knows?
I need them for my Patriots ticket if they beat the Bills to play good. I don't need New England sitting starters the last couple of weeks trying to win $25,000.
I don't think we're going to get to that point.
I
I mean, I don't think they're going to be sitting anybody.
Right. Okay. Let's crap on some more. Well, I was going to say, generally speaking, too. I mean, we can talk about them both. If there's a swinging pendulum, and that pendulum was swinging towards the sides of, man, there really aren't that many open quarterback jobs available. That pendulum is swinging away from that statement to the, oh man, we're going to have a lot of different quarterbacks on some lot of different teams potentially. So generally speaking, I feel like that pendulum is swinging that way. And I'm willing to throw, I think, the Vikings out of the unpredictable role, that they're going to be predictably bad if they have, Wentz is gone. We won't see him again. But McCarthy is terrible. He is god-awful. And I do not expect Minnesota to do anything the rest of the season. But sure enough, he'll throw 3 touchdowns to Jefferson.
No, but what's interesting is, and I'm a big Raider fan, obviously, and you look at them, and they've got a lot of problems, no doubt about it. But they have to move off, away from the quarterback. They have to, draft a quarterback in the first round next year. The problem is, I don't see this guy. I mean, every week there seems to be a different projection on who's the top quarterback in college football. And, oh, man, I mean, Mendoza of Indiana, is now one of the favorites to win the Heisman. He played for Cal last year. So, I mean, I know him way better than, a lot of these other quarterbacks. He's not an NFL starting quarterback. Right. And I mean, if he's the kind of guy that you're considering taking with the number 3 pick or wherever the Raiders are going to pick in the draft, man, that would be a huge mistake. But yet, what do? I mean, you got to start with a quarterback, and
you got to play somebody. Yeah.
I mean, you see this every year that it's bad teams are kind of forced to draft a quarterback, and it's led to a lot of mistakes. A lot of guys who just didn't, end up not having great pro careers or wasted first-round picks. So while you're right that you could look at 10 different teams in the NFL and say, what, this team could use an upgrade at quarterback. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Is it the year Kirk Cousins, becomes the pot of gold for some team, and if that's the case, then the pickings are slim.
I guess that was my next thing. It's just we know the injuries. The injuries can be plentiful, and they are plentiful. But man, last week we were just watching guys again just go down left and right, guys that we had in props, and now we were
here's how these teams go. I mean, you have Atlanta with all the aspirations in the world, and here they are now, an underdog with Kirk Cousins back in there at the Saints. I mean, these teams, everything else aside, just the injuries alone can devastate you. And
well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
no,
you
that's
off,
it.
but
I mean, that's basically it.
we saw this in the Thursday night game. I mean, when the quarterback goes down, Allen, goes down and he's slamming on the turf, and it's like, oh my God, he just, what happened? I mean, it looked like he hurt his arm or broke his wrist, or oh man, there goes Buffalo's season, and then all of a sudden, he's back up and he's finishing the game. But I'm not going to be surprised to read Monday morning that he sprained his wrist really bad.
Yeah, he's out a week or two. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. And so, but I mean, that's kind of what I was talking about a minute ago. Is that if Josh Allen goes out for Buffalo, and they're already on shaky ground, well, cross them off. They're out. And so many teams are like that. And sure, football injuries can happen at any time. It just seems like there's been more key injuries of late than I can remember. And we haven't even gotten into the cold weather, part of the season where you would think injury would be more likely to happen. So guys are tired, they're cold, they want to be there in the first place, so.
Well, that's where we take advantage.
Well, we try.
Yeah,
but,
we try.
You can't predict injuries either.
Right. That's why you have to have some team angles. You got to bet teams and totals. You can't be just player specific, because if you lose a player and that's what you're playing, you're done. If you have a team and a total, you can still override that at the end. So just basic philosophy gambling out there for all of you guys. Let's see. Anything else off the field here or anything else? Well, the Denver Broncos, they're on the bye week. So nice win. I mean, they did a lot better than I thought they would against the Chiefs. I thought the Chiefs were going to handle them decently, and they come up with the win. I don't know if that tells you more about their guts or not, or the Chiefs' lack of. But the Broncos, they get a bye at a good time now. They can rest up. So a nice surprise, I would say, overall. I expected them to be decent, and they still haven't blown you off like I said. They played out one good one half against the Bengals, and they just don't put a full 60 minutes together. They played actual good, decent football, enough to beat the Chiefs. So that's impressive to me. Maybe they just get better and better too. But you got to tip your hat off to the Broncos a little bit.
Yes, but as you move forward, and we see this every year, it becomes more and more about the quarterback. And I mean, we see Mahomes, rise above the rest as we get later in the season.
Right.
And Hurts, starts running the ball more and becomes more of a factor. And you've got to have good quarterback play down the stretch and certainly in the playoffs to be successful. And I don't think I would rate the Denver quarterback in the top 10 at this point. I don't know that you can be successful moving forward without a top 10 quarterback. He's done fine in the regular season, but part of it is they don't really have a running game that to really help them. So they've become more of a passing team, reliant on the quarterback, and their receivers are adequate. I can just see it snowing. The playoff opener, Denver gets a home game and first game come out and it's snowing and it's very hard to pass the ball, and they can't do anything because they can't really run it. They don't, their quarterback is not as good as the other team's quarterback, and you end up bowing out. So I don't know. I don't know that I would put them in my 5 most likely teams
Right. All right.
in the AFC to make the AFC Championship game.
All right. Pat on the back. Good job so far. Pat in the back. Good luck in the future, maybe. All right. Let's start in reverse order. Let's go from Monday night because we have the boring games at the late window on Sunday, and the better games are earlier. So let's start with the 49ers on Monday night, then we'll work our way through the back end of the slate into the front part. And here we have Carolina coming in. The 49ers were a great call by you. You said that they would win convincingly. And I sat there and I said, that makes a lot of sense to take them as a team. So I had the 49ers on all kinds of alt lines last week. It's insane to think that they gave up the NFL reception record in that win, a win in which they win by 20 points or more. I'm not sure how that works out. But McCaffrey, a big day. As long as you're going to have him, that's going to be a good thing. I don't know if you call this the revenge game of the week for McCaffrey playing his old team, the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers, a nice little thing going. But I think this trip is a little tough for him. Maybe you think this is too many points. But I like how Purdy played last week. I like how the offense moved for the 49ers. We see the issues that Carolina can have just being one-dimensional. If they're going to be deficient in the passing game, that's probably the best place to be deficient at against the 49ers back end. So I think I like the 49ers here, again, to cover the points. And I don't doubt that McCaffrey would have a big game against his old team. I just think the Panthers, tough trip, and out-coached, outclassed here at the end of the day. So you give the Panthers a chance, or you like your Niners?
Well, I mean, I'm impressed with the Panthers. I mean, they've got a nice little thing going. I mean, for a while there, they were very run-heavy, and they've got a couple of decent running backs. But now, all of a sudden, the quarterback, I don't know if it's just the bad opponents that they've been playing or what, but the quarterback looks like a real NFL quarterback. He's certainly got some real NFL caliber receivers. I mean, McMillan is on the, chase path. He's really, I mean, he looks like an elite receiver. And then Leggett, who was supposed to be an elite receiver when he was drafted, didn't do much, but now you're wondering, well, does that just have to do with bad quarterback play? Because he's all of a sudden, I mean, he looks like he's a top 5, number 2 receiver in the league. So they've got a nice passing game going against a team that just gave up record-setting numbers in the passing game. Now, granted, they were ahead by 2-3 touchdowns and probably, loosened up their defense a little bit. But I think Carolina's going to be able to put up numbers against the 49ers. But the 49ers, with their quarterback back, with McCaffrey healthy, with Pearsall back in there, with Kittle healthy, I think this is going to be a very high-scoring game. And I think it's a green light, the beautiful day in the Bay Area.
Right.
And, I think it's, you don't have to worry about, is it going to be 40 degrees? Is the wind going to be blowing? A lot of these things first thing you hear on, when you get some of these Monday night games is, oh man, 35-mile-an-hour gusts, going to be hard to throw the ball, going to be hard to kick the ball tonight. That won't be the case this week in San Francisco. So I think it's green light all the way for any number of offensive players in this game. I think it's got a chance to be. I've circled 2 games as the 2 highest scoring games of the week, and this is one of them.
The over was appealing to me as well. Let's see, Purdy for 1.5 touchdowns is minus 174, and then receiving wise, let's see what we got for low hangers. Anything I like here? Let's see, Carolina wise, Leggett's 23.5, Sanders 17.5, Coker 29.5, Pearsall's 40.5, Jennings 44.5, McCaffrey 43.5, Kittle 54.5. Anything you like on that list?
Well, you didn't mention McMillan.
65.5. Yep.
So I mean, I'd look at who has gotten better week to week and is about to bust something big is Brian Robinson.
Right.
He's getting, he's now getting 10, 12 touches a game in a wide open game like this. They're even if he's on the field and they're down by the goal line, while I have McCaffrey on my fantasy team, I'm used to them putting McCaffrey back in there and getting that cheap touchdown. Well, they'll keep Robinson in there if he's got on a little roll. I think he's got a good chance to score a touchdown this week. I think McCaffrey's got a good chance to score multiple touchdowns this week. And certainly if Michael Wilson is catching 15 balls or whatever it was against the 49ers last week, you've got to think McMillan's going to catch at least 10 passes this week. And it's just one of those things that if the 49ers, we've talked about this before, 49ers get the ball and they come right out and they go down, they score a touchdown, and it kind of it starts the momentum going. And Carolina now has the weapons to counter that. And so I would take McMillan at 65.5. I think is very cheap. I think his catches, presuming that they're 8.5 or lower, I think would be a nice play. Caught 8 balls last week, 2 touchdowns. And McCaffrey and Robinson, I think, are both worth touchdown plays. Probably McCaffrey, multiple touchdown plays.
All right. You're going to like some of this for sure. McMillan to get 9 catches is plus 640.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Plus 390 for 8. You can get plus 118 at 6 or more if you wanted to play conservative.
This is a team that granted, it's just 1 week. I understand that. But you're talking about Jacoby Brissett, right? Throwing for 450 yards last week against this defense. We know that 49ers have had all kinds of defensive issues. They have very little pass rush. You don't have Bosa in there, which kills their pass rush basically. You don't have the star middle linebacker in there, and they're already weak on the back end. Having lost guys in free agency and plugging in guys you've never heard of. I don't know. I just think Carolina is on a nice roll passing wise, and the 49ers are not the type of team that are going to stop it. I mean, we saw this last week, like I said. Again, Brissett and Michael Wilson, these are not household names. And they put up monster numbers last week against the 49ers. And now here comes, McMillan, who is an elite receiver. And you just wonder how are the 49ers going to cover him. So I like, I think that's I'd certainly go take the 9 over the 9 catches. That's a very, very attractive price. 65.5 yards seems like an absolute steal. I mean, I take that over in a first half number. And like I said, McCaffrey 2 touchdowns has got to be a plus number, right? And Robinson probably a decent number for 1.
Robinson is plus 420 for 1 touchdown. That's a
nice number.
Yeah, McMillan for 100 yards is 3-1. And I'll just throw out that Bryce Young is 204.5 for his baseline yards. Let's see here. So you can actually boost that through the roof if you wanted to.
And McCaffrey for 2 touchdowns?
Minus 400 for 1. Which I don't know if we've seen a minus 400 before.
So that means he could be minus 120 for 2.
Yeah, you might be even money. Let's see here. Plus 135.
Yeah, I mean that's the least attractive of the numbers that I've seen.
Right.
Even the number you threw out there with Young, between McMillan and Leggett last week, in a game where they weren't necessarily supposed to put up big numbers last week. But between those two guys last week, over 200 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns. Why can't they duplicate that against the 49ers? And especially if they fall behind, which is very possible, and now have to pass even more often. Because this is a team that, if they get involved in a low scoring, let's grind it out kind of game, they can play that game because they've got a couple of grind it out kind of running backs. But I think they're getting away from that, and this is certainly no game for them to go back into a conservative mode. This is just I don't know who scheduled this game. It does not look very attractive to me at the beginning of the season, but I think it's going to be a very entertaining Monday night game.
Okay.
So I think Robinson at plus 420 is an outstanding play. I think that McMillan, any of which two ways, even a touchdown score, which probably about even money, would be, I'd look at him in all possible ways, and Young over his passing yards. Now, warning is, I know better than to give 5 different plays in the very first game we're talking about.
Right.
But I will say this: I don't see that. I think this is one of the 2 high-scoring games this week, and there are some blowouts on the schedule, which I think are going to have, we're going to be able to find some nice stuff in.
Right.
But it's not like we're going to be picking 5 guys every game. So, give me McMillan, give me Young, give me Robinson, in this game.
I definitely have some interesting angles for you as we go through. Let's see here. Let me just parlay this real quick. McMillan for 9 catches and a Brian Robinson touchdown. Let's just get the payout on that. 2 things, all we need to happen. 35-1 odds now.
Yeah, that's and that's I know better than to let's do this and that and 9 other things. But I love the way you make it simple there. Like, what? Let's just find the 2 best things in this game.
We just talked about it, injuries alone, So that, the less you take, you're going against the injury odds a little bit.
Right. And even to me, the most conservative play in this game, the one play where, just give me your sure thing in this game, not counting a McCaffrey touchdown at -$4. Would be McMillan over his receiving numbers, over 65.5 yards. That's kind of your gimme in this game. But, in terms of, let's find a couple of nice things to throw into a parlay. All right, give me his 9 catches and give me Robinson a touchdown. And wow, 35-1 or whatever you said. That's attractive. So those are my plays for this game.
All right.
Let's put McMillan over 65.5 on our gutless ticket, and let's just have a nice little Monday night parlay from Robinson TD to McMillan 9 catches.
After we win a fortune on Sunday, we can sit back and have all kinds of fun combos for Monday night on a free roll. All right, working our way backwards. I fear, as much as I love Baker, I'm the Baker backer. When everyone else hated Baker, I'm the one man who stood by his side when he started at Tampa Bay. And I fear that by injuries and just the schedule alone, and the fact that they have to play this hard schedule, that's going to be a little bit too much. We saw it in Buffalo last week. They were able to hang in there for a bit, and then they got away from them. Why do I fear this is the same type of deal against the Rams this week, who is a much better team than Buffalo? I think we can agree on that right now at this moment in time. The Rams are 6.5, 49.5. That's going to be quite fine with me, that spread. I love Baker and company, but the injuries have done him in. I guess they get Bucky back this week. Is that the good news for them here? let's see. Do we have Bucky Irving
Possible.
listed? I
Yeah,
still don't
no,
see
I
him
mean-
listed.
Yeah, I think they're looking at next week.
Oh, I forgot to
I mean-
even ask you about this Brandon Ayuk thing. What did I see on Yahoo about? Are
Oh,
they?
my
Is that
I-
falling
I-
apart at this moment?
I mean, it sure sounds like it. I mean, I don't know exactly what's happening here. I mean, it sounds like he hasn't been he hasn't been receptive to the medical advice he's been given, or I don't know. I mean, he's not saying any of this stuff, and the media, they're drawing conclusions based on the fact that Ayuk used to be one of these guys who was always available to the media. Even on days where he wasn't practicing, he was always out there on the field running around, having a good time and what. And now, while he's been working out and rehabbing, it's all been happening very early in the morning. He gets in his car and he goes home by the time the media gets there. He's gone from this media darling to this big, why is he acting this way? Why does he not like us anymore? Kind of situation. Now this thing pops up. I don't know. It sure sounds to me like he's done playing for the 49ers. But after what happened with Kuminga out here, I would have sworn the same thing. And now all of a sudden he's back playing. I don't know. I mean, if he's healthy and he's still earning money this year, I mean, they've taken away his money in the future. But if he's healthy in a couple of weeks, and this team has got, they're playing a stretch in the schedule right now, very, very soft stretch where they can have some, big wins and put up some big numbers. We already saw that last week. We talked about it for this week, and we haven't even talked about their games coming up here against Cleveland and Tennessee. And so, he might want to join in on the fun, last hurrah with the team, before going somewhere else next year. But, if I'm your insider on Brandon Ayuk situation, you're in big trouble.
And for those of you wondering, if you haven't been paying attention, something about the 49ers potentially wanting to void the contract for Ayuk. So a little bit of a messy scenario there. Okay, the Buccaneers outclassed at the Rams. To me, I don't know how they do it. They'll do it through any number of ways, but the Rams win this game semi-handily to me. What do you think?
I agree with you. This is what I would consider. I got 4 blowout games on my schedule. Some are more predictable than this, but yeah, I mean the Rams are rolling. They're good defensively. And this is just a bad spot for Tampa. I think that no reason why Stafford can't build upon his, I don't know, some people think he's an MVP candidate. I guess he is, but if he puts up another 3 touchdowns this week, then against Tampa Bay, people are watching. That can only help his situation. So, I can easily see this being, a 3 touchdown kind of game for, difference between the Rams and Tampa.
Okay, anything prop wise we should maybe just try to look at?
Again, it's hard to.
Kyren Williams for 2.
The farther they get ahead, the more they're going to run the ball. Williams seems to find a way to score a touchdown every week. I do think they'll, attack a very weak Tampa pass defense to start the game.
Right.
So I think Stafford, and maybe this is what would be considered a different way of thinking, but maybe a play where you get a nice number. I take his over 1.5 TDs if it's offered for the first half, because I think that's a safer way of saying, all right, well, they got ahead 21-7 at halftime, and then they go into a more of a running mode in the second half. Why didn't I just play the over 1.5 TDs in the first half when he got his 2 or 3 TDs. So I think they'll come right out and put up some big numbers. You know, again, so you got a weatherproof game here for a night game. You don't got to worry about that. Tampa defense, you know, just is not championship level. And the Rams, you know, the Rams are a championship level team the way they've been playing. So I take Stafford. You know, my play in this game would be give me Stafford. Again, I don't even know if they offer it, but I take Stafford minus 1.5 TDs in the first half.
I can't find it, but I can get Puka Nacua at plus 185 for a first half touchdown, or Devontae at plus 160. But
there you go. I mean, I think if you play both of those,
right,
you got a chance to win them both, and you're going to win 1 out of 2. So if you can't get Stafford, I mean, those are his touchdown targets. And if he gets 2 touchdown passes in the first half, well, one of those 2 guys is going to get at least 1, and it's possible, unless the same guy gets 2, it's possible that they're both going to get 1, and you're getting a nice plus number. I think that would be a safe way of playing basically the same thing that I'm talking about, which is give me, you know, he's going to throw 2 or more touchdowns in the first half.
Also, team points for the Rams first half, 14.5 plus 102. That's how you go to bed early.
I like it. Yes. I mean, I just, you know, I just don't see, this is just not one of those games where, you know, I mean, I just have a feeling Tampa would like to just say, you know what, can we just forfeit this game, not make the cross-country flight, which is going to shorten our week practice. We're going out there for a Sunday night game. You know, can we just stay home? And so I'm not sure we're going to see a real interested Tampa team here. Like I said, I don't think Irving's coming back till next week. And so, you know, and hopefully they get back some of their top receivers down the line as well, because they're going to need all their offensive weapons. They're going to be successful moving forward.
Yeah, so
they don't have them all right now.
It makes sense that you say that, because the remainder of their schedule goes like this. Because there's really a new season they can start next week. They got the Cardinals at home, the Saints at home, the Falcons at home, and back-to-back weeks. Then they're on the road to Carolina, which that's as easy as a home game, to be honest. Then they're at Miami, as easy as a home game, to be honest. And then home against Carolina again. So they arguably have the easiest schedule. Even if you take a bad loss here, you could almost see Baker getting pulled early in the third quarter.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you're right. You cannot have an easier schedule than the one that you just mentioned. I mean, yeah, Miami would have a chance to beat them. Carolina at home might have a chance to beat them. But, you know, if there were a line on Tampa finishing 6-0, I'd be interested.
Yeah,
you know, I'd be curious to see what you know, plus 500 or 10-1 or whatever you want to say. I think that, you know, and all the more reason as you look to the schedule like that. I mentioned this a couple weekends ago with the 49ers, and the 49ers were playing. Who'd they play 2 weeks ago? I forget who it was, but it was a game where I thought
the Giants, maybe.
It must have been the Rams game, whenever the Rams game was. You know, so 3 weeks ago, where I thought, you know what, this is. I think I said this on the air. This is not a big game for the 49ers, because they, you know, they can lose this game, and if they come out of it healthy, look at their next, you know, the next set of games. You know, the Giants, the Cardinals, the Panthers, the Browns, the Titans. I mean, it's like they don't need this win. They're going to go, you know, 5-0 in their next 5 games, and they're going to not only make up this game, but probably make up another game on the Rams. And so, and this is, and then they went into that game and they got blown out, and they responded with 2 really nice wins. And I think that's kind of where Tampa's mindset has to be right now. It's like, hey guys, I'm sorry, we got to go out there for this game.
Right.
I'll try to play everybody. Let's just consider it a scrimmage. Let's go out there, lose this game 34-14. We're not going to sweat. We're going to come back next week and start this real, cream puff part of the schedule. And man, that's all the more reason for them not to show up this week.
Anyone out there and listening to this show, if you have any futures that you want to play on the Buccaneers, just don't play them yet. Let this week pass, and then you can play them because you'll get a little bit better number.
All right. Absolutely. Very, very well said.
Okay. I can't wait. I love blowouts, so I'm looking forward to this game myself. Okay. Because I bet blowouts.
Well,
there's a blowout every game and every day. If you look at all the sports, Dave, it's my betting philosophy where everyone is so nitpicky on the half a point and closing line value and playing to the utmost etiquette. In every sport, if you look at the whole gambling board together, you can find one blowout somewhere, and that's the one you bet.
Oh, and this week's schedule is full of them. So, we'll, like I said, you wouldn't necessarily, if you looked at this week's schedule, you wouldn't necessarily point to this game, this Rams game, as
right.
One of the blowouts.
Right.
And that's just my way of saying, well, you're right about that because the other 3 are much more obvious.
Okay.
So we'll get to them.
Okay. Next game on the board is our Arizona Cardinals. We'll stick with the NFC West, AFC West theme, and then we'll backtrack through. Cardinals are at home against the Jaguars. The Jaguars are -2.5, 47.5. Well, I guess if the Brissett can throw for 47 completions against the 49ers, he might as well be able to throw for maybe not quite as many, but a decent amount against the Jaguars, who's maybe I'm giving their defense a bad rap. Maybe they're a little bit better than I think. The Cardinals are missing a bunch of players on defense. So this is the Jaguars' actual chance to come out with their 5-wide offense, which I pray that they always will. And Mr. Tampa Bay head coach, who used to throw the ball down the field all the time, let's see that happen this week. Indoors in Arizona. Can we get points in this game?
So I think this is my other high-scoring game.
Yeah, okay,
I don't see why we don't. Well, first off,
yeah, exactly.
Arizona,
Right.
this is I don't know who decided this, but it's a little unfair that Arizona has to start every game behind 14-0.
Right.
It's amazing. The 5 minutes into the last 2 games, they're already blown out. And why would this week be any different? They've got a bunch of injuries. They're down to their backup quarterback. They got no running game. They're missing their top receiver. I mean, there's just nothing about them that you would say, man, we need to be on top of our game in order to beat them. No, you know what? They've gotten blown out. I mean, you don't see this that often in the NFL where, come halftime, two straight weeks, you're like Kentucky playing Elon. It's just why would any of the starters play in the second half? But you know what? With Arizona, they've responded well to those games. They haven't quit offensively. Brissett has put up some big numbers. Michael Wilson last week obviously, identified himself as a guy that Brissett's just going to keep throwing the ball to. And as the other team gets farther and farther ahead, the coverage becomes looser and looser. And this guy, excuse me, 18 targets last week to Wilson. and caught 15 of them. And so I don't see why this week would be any different. Jacksonville is certainly not a great offensive team, but you wouldn't say Seattle's a great offensive team either. And this team just, that team put up 40 whatever points against Arizona. So I think that it's a great opportunity for Jacksonville to run up some really big numbers in this game. And I would think Arizona, and a good opportunity for Arizona, if they can do it against Seattle's defense and do it against San Francisco last week, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do it against Jacksonville in a kind of another very loosely played game. So I think both teams have got a really good chance to put up a bunch of numbers. Now, on Arizona's side, much more predictable who's going to get those numbers. I think Wilson should have another. I don't know why he wouldn't have another big game other than McBride. Now, McBride is the obvious play in this game. Between McBride and Wilson, those really are, the only guys for the most part that they're going to throw the ball to. They're not running the ball at all. They're just throwing the ball on every down. So I think that, both those guys, both McBride and Wilson, stand to have really big games. The problem is on the Tampa side, on the Jacksonville side, who's going to be the beneficiary of this? It's much harder to predict because if Etienne was healthy, I would certainly think him, but he got injured last week and had to come out of that game. Tootin played a lot in that game last week.
Yeah,
and
he's
did very
back up,
well. Yeah. And then he got hurt, so they end up using Lakeith Allen Jr. last week. He carried 8 times for 36 yards. I don't care who it is. Just tell me who the running back is going to be for Jacksonville this week. And I think you could, count them in for big numbers. They're getting Thomas back in their passing game this week, supposedly. Obviously, they don't have Hunter in there anymore. They've added, the guy from the Raiders,
Myers. Yep.
Myers, who hasn't done much yet. So
Parker Washington had a nice game a couple weeks back.
Exactly. And so there's, it's harder
Tim
to
Patrick,
identify.
maybe.
It's harder to identify who's going to be this big, the big numbers guy on the Jacksonville side. But like I said, it's very easy to predict who the big numbers guys are going to be on the Arizona side. Blindly, and this is one of those games where you really got to wait till Sunday to see what there's. If they announce that Etienne or Tootin are out, then that increases Allen's stock significantly. If they announce that they're both out, then you're talking about a guy who could be the big time surprise of the week, potential pot of gold kind of player. But you're not going to know this probably until Sunday. So, so I'd still, even if all 3 guys play, and things go like they have the last couple of weeks, Jacksonville could find themselves ahead, 28-14 at halftime and go into a, we got 2 partially injured backs. Let's just sit them out the second half and hand the ball to this Allen guy 12 times. Let him get 60 yards and a couple of touchdowns. And so even if Etienne and Tootin both play, I think there's a chance for Allen to come through with at least a touchdown. So I would take a stab on him scoring a TD, right now, before the price
before it changes,
dips way down.
Plus 210 right now.
He's plus what?
Plus 210, and that's with Etienne and Tootin both listed. So, like you said, if one of them drops off, then he's going to get down to plus 130, plus 140, or something like that.
Yeah, the fact that it's plus 210 is an indication to me that they're not confident that Etienne or
Right.
Putin are playing.
Yeah, he's going to
Now,
get a load.
that number is awfully low for
Right.
a guy who's basically never played before. And so that's a good sign. I mean, if in fact those guys don't play or don't play a lot, then, getting 210 on Jacksonville's, chief running back in this game is a steal. Meanwhile, like I said, I think that I'd look at McBride and I'd look at Wilson. Certainly McBride. I mean, McBride has got to be a very easy play to score a touchdown.
Minus 120. That's easy enough.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's for a conservative ticket, that is, that's an even better play than McMillan. But I take a shot with him for 2 touchdowns in this game.
I'll pair him with the
But,
McMillan yards right now.
Give me one on my gutless ticket at plus 120. I mean, minus 120.
Minus
That's,
120. Yeah, I'll log it down there.
Yeah, that's a nice play. But anyway, so that's I'd look at Allen, like I said, Allen on a for now on what I would on some kind of a pricey parlay, and then maybe even throw Wilson on there for a touchdown, and just to get them both involved. But McBride is the safest play in this game.
You get almost 9-1 for Wilson and LaQuint Allen Jr. for a touchdown.
Yeah,
why not?
Why not? Yeah.
I'll say this too, though, and I've always been a Tim Patrick backer all the way back to these Bronco days through the Lions, and now with Jacksonville, I was just kind of waiting for him to emerge in the offense, and he emerged. He did. He got a touchdown here last week, and at plus 650, if there's going to be a lot of points scored, and there's not really that many other viable options on some sort of a greedy ticket, plus 650 is nice for Tim Patrick to me.
Yeah, well, right. And like I said, so much of this is going to boil down to, because I really think, Arizona's history in recent weeks is that they're totally uncompetitive. And so why are we even throwing the ball against them when we could just run the ball all day?
Right.
And so if they're, depending upon the health of their backs, if they're all healthy, then you're going to see less in the passing game. But if they're not all healthy, obviously they're not going to give the ball to Allen 22 times in this game. And so if the backs aren't healthy, it's just going to force them to throw the ball more often, open the door for, crazy things to happen.
Let's see here. Next game on the board. Happy to report a nice little 5-team soccer winner this morning, Dave. $30 into 1,000. How about that? 5 teams.
Wow.
5 teams to get over 1.5 goals. Let's see here. All right, if we're going from one extreme of scoring to the other extreme of no scoring and terribleness, do the Browns and the Raiders fit that bill? Indoors, they are, and we have an over-under of 36.5. Obviously, is Shedeur Sanders against Geno Smith. Why do I see Max Crosby running into this backfield, literally ripping the ball out of Shedeur Sanders' hands and running it in for a touchdown at 55-1? That might be that might be a bet for me. That I got to play him for a defensive score touchdown. He's as likely as anybody this week to get one against Sanders. So your thoughts on this wonderful game with your Raiders?
Well, I think that equally a possibility is the fact that Cleveland could do that to the Raiders quarterback.
Right. Myles Garrett.
I think that
I
don't know why either team is going to try to pass the ball in this game. It just doesn't make any sense. You've got on Cleveland's side, a guy who's never played. And so why not just, they've got a decent running game. The Raiders are not a good team on any stretch. And so why not just run the ball all day against them? And, Judkins is having a nice season. He's been a high volume ball handler. And you know, it's going to make it easier on your quarterback if the more we hand the ball to this guy. And you know, as that total indicates, we're not going to have to score 24 points to win this game. So why not play conservatively? Just run, and then have Sanders fake the handoff a couple of times and run it around the end himself. I think he could have a nice day running the ball in this game. But I don't see any reason for them to pass the ball. Same with the Raiders. I mean, certainly the Raiders throwing the ball to Bowers is their number one weapon. But why would you put your quarterback at risk, behind a shaky offensive line against arguably the best defensive line in the game? You know, this seems to be a game where Genty, should get the ball a lot. And unfortunately, that hasn't been a great offensive weapon for them this season. But if the longer the score is 3-0 or 6-3 or scoreless or whatever, just gives both teams the incentive to, we're not going to be, as you indicated, we're not going to be the team whose quarterback gets stripped and the other team runs down the field for a cheap touchdown. We're going to let the other team beat us, or we're just going to keep handing the ball to our back. So I don't see where points are going to come from in this game. I think that Judkins is the best play in this game because he, it would be dumb for them to feature anybody else with the quarterback that they're playing.
Would you take Judkins and Gentry for a touchdown, both for 60 yards? 7-1?
Well, I mean, to expect touchdowns in a game where, are there going to be more than 3 touchdowns total in this game?
Right, so bad.
It's possible either team in this game won't score a touchdown. I don't know. I mean, I'd be much more inclined to just think on sheer volume that each one of these running backs has got to have about 20 touches. So if their yardage totals are reasonable, that's what I would be looking to play. So what are there?
Genty's 57.5. Judkins is 70.5. And maybe if we just look at their attempts, 18.5 for Judkins, 15.5 for Genty.
That was,
that's reasonable.
We rarely talk about that as a play, but I think both of those are better than the
yards,
the rushing yardage, yes, and certainly better than the touchdown. I just think it would be crazy if Judkins doesn't get that kind of use in this game. Just it just makes no sense to put your quarterback, in that kind of situation where you're going to win or lose based on this guy who's never played before throwing the ball. We kind of saw last week, where that's going to lead you. And last week they were playing a team who you knew was going to be able to score points. This week they're playing a team that you're not sure that this team can score 10 points against you. So what's your rush, to score touchdowns? Let's just run, go down and kick a field goal and run and kick another field goal. And we can, in the end, we can win this game 12-10 without ever throwing a pass. So yeah, I mean, give me both those guys over their rushing attempts. I think those good chance to win both of those.
Yeah, I like that actually. Good angle. All right. So it's going to be easy to figure out what's going to be on TV number 1 in this late window. Eagles and Cowboys. TV 2, 3, and 4. Which game deserves to be the second best amongst these other 3? All right, let's just go with the other bad late game. Atlanta and the Saints. As we'll get off script from our NFC West, AFC West teams. We'll close out this section of the day. Saints are the favorite, Dave. You buying that?
Well, it's all based on the the fact that the Falcons, don't have their quarterback and don't have their receiver. I mean, so it all comes down to Bijan. And I see no reason for Atlanta to be creative. Just swing the ball out to him. New Orleans has not been good at defending backs out of the backfield. They haven't been good at defending backs, period. They gave up 100-yard games already this year to Cook, Swift, and Kyron Williams. This is the best back they'll have faced. And so, I mean, I think Bijan has a chance for, a nice game here. I don't know that Atlanta's good enough to win this game. They're kind of up and down. New Orleans, is generally competitive. But I don't know. I mean, it's certainly a game I don't have a whole lot of interest, wouldn't have any interest in watching. But if I had to pick someone to be the offensive standout in this game, I would go with the obvious choice. And
just go with Bijan. Yeah, right.
I mean, you talk about low-hanging fruit.
Right.
My concern is without really a threat of a passing game, and without your top quarterback in there, why would New Orleans not just focus their defense on stopping Bijan? So that's going to be tough. But I just think that if I were the Falcons, I use my number one weapon as much as I could. So
I think this is a good opportunity for Kamara, actually, at plus 170 to get a touchdown, mainly because he has it. And you feel like they almost want to just get him involved, before he gets out the door eventually at the end of the season, which he'll probably end up somewhere else next year. But with the young quarterback, I could see Kamara at plus 170 getting a touchdown in this game.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I can see that. I'm not going to be surprised if the Saints win this game. And in a nondescript, kind of 24-21, 23-20 kind of game, someone's going to have to score. The New Orleans 2 touchdowns and Atlanta's 2 touchdowns. I just think it's a little more predictable that who's going to score Atlanta's touchdowns. New Orleans does have, Olave, who's having a nice season.
He seems to do okay with that quarterback a little bit. They got a little connection going on, Olave and Tyler Shaw.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I see better opportunities out there. By the way, you mentioned something earlier that I'd be very, very curious to see if now I don't even know that they're allowed to do this, but the Fox obviously has the Eagles and the Cowboys, the marquee game in the afternoon. But if CBS put up the Raiders game against Cleveland because of the Sanders, I mean, I don't really get it. I don't get why the whole world watches Deion Sanders when he coaches Colorado. Even this year, they've got incredible ratings, and they lose every game by 28 points. And now people are screaming that Sanders should be playing quarterback. Why isn't he activated? It's like, you're kidding, right? And now that he's getting his first start of the season in the afternoon time slot, and just looking around the country, look at the afternoon time slot. You got the Los Angeles market. Neither of their teams is playing. One's on a bye, one's playing at night. The San Francisco market, their team's not playing. The New York market, their teams aren't playing. It's a golden opportunity to get some incredible TV ratings in the afternoon slot. And maybe that's what they're banking on with this Philly game against Dallas. But I'd be very curious to see the numbers. if CBS were able to, as a national broadcast, show the Raiders and the Browns in Sanders' first start
Right.
up against this Philly game, I know which one I'd be watching. I'm very curious to see how this Raider game turns out. I'm tired of watching the Eagles, So I mean, in terms of, you were saying, what's the second most popular game in the afternoon slate? I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah, I didn't think of that
and
angle, but it makes
competition.
sense.
I
Right.
mean, when the competition is Falcons and Saints and Jaguars and Cardinals, there really is no competition. I think you'd be surprised the number of people that would watch Sanders
Right.
starting the game. I did, regardless of who was against. But again, there's just a lot of ducks in a row there. Is that why? You got New York, L.A., and San Francisco, and Chicago. You got these four major markets with their no competition. We got to show the Rams game. So no, we got to show the 49er game. No, you don't. They're not playing in the afternoon. And so I just think that it would set up for some incredible numbers for the highest numbers ever for a terrible football game. Anyway, that's
that doesn't exceed
Sorry,
17
Mike,
points. Yeah. Final score.
Sidebar there.
No, gotcha. All right, let's talk Eagles, Cowboys. You know what? I'm kind of sick of watching the Eagles too. They're very boring. And now I hear things this week like Jalen Hurts didn't talk to his center, Lane Johnson, for about 5 months in the offseason because they had some sort of a dispute. I guess it's coming out of the locker room. It's very real. The A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, that they don't like each other. And yet, here you go. The Eagles are sitting there with the best record in the NFC, almost like Denver. You kind of do a side eye, like, how are you guys still the best? They play every game close. That's the one thing the Eagles do. I've noticed is every game that they play is a close game. They're laying 3.5 here to Dallas. The over-under is 47.5. The over-under was flying to the over week 1 until we had that crazy storm, and then they scored nothing the rest of the game. We know Dallas can score a lot of points. We know Dallas can give up a lot of points. But this Philly defense may be improved as such, or they may stymie that if they can get in Dak's face up the middle here with pressure. I think the Philly controversy is real a little bit, but maybe they can all just correct that if they can keep on winning. And maybe Dallas is the perfect remedy here for someone like A.J. Brown to have a nice game. But you know what? The Dallas defense has been a little bit better too. You got at least say that. I think this is a close game. Now, do the Eagles cover 3.5? They might, but they play every game close. I would not be shocked if Dallas won this game. And if the Eagles are ever going to have another over game, it's got to be against Dallas. So I'll go over the total in this one as well. Give me the Eagles to squeak it out. Maybe something like 30-28 or 29-26, something like that. And they'll beat the Cowboys, but barely. I'll have this future ticket that I have with Miami for Dallas to make the playoffs. So I'll probably be rooting for Dallas. I just think Philly's probably the better defensive team here, and that's what's going to have to be the best unit of the 4 units altogether. So I'll give them the nod on the road, but barely. So Eagles over Cowboys, higher scoring game. Not shocked if Cowboys win at the end of the day, though. What do you got?
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think Philly's the better team here. I think Philly's going to win this game. But Dallas has the type of offense that should keep them in the game, even if they fall behind. And so, with their receiver weapons, they can backdoor you with the best of them, even if they fall 2 touchdowns behind. 17 points behind going into the fourth quarter. They could put up a 14-0 on you and end up losing that game by 3. But I do think that Philly, in terms of the individual players in this game, first off, as you mentioned, Hurts had a big running game the first time against Dallas. And that's just the way Dallas plays. Dallas makes it tough on outside receivers. They play a lot of zone. They drop their linebackers deep. They kind of give you the very short passes, the swings to the back, the quarterback runs. So not surprised to me that Hurts would have a big running game the first game, and I would expect the same thing here. The Dallas' defense is just not that good, and so they have to play conservatively. So I think Barkley, this seems to be a weekly play for you, where Barkley is receiving numbers. I mean, if they're
16 and a half,
low, as they usually
16
are,
and a half,
what are they?
16 and a half. Yep.
Yep. And Hurts rushing total
29 and a half for that. That's pretty low, I would say.
Yeah, both of those are very low. I mean, that would be. I think that's the way Dallas has to play against Philadelphia with their big weapons on the outside. Keep them from big plays. But Hurts takes advantage of that. He's as good a quarterback as there is at running to the chain and getting your first downs and moving the chain. I mean, he'll run the ball 10, 12 times. I think that first game of the season, he ran more than that. And Barkley, while he hasn't had a great rushing season, he's been helping his fantasy teams by catching the ball. Nothing great yet, but this is an opportunity to have a nice pass catching game as well. So I think both those numbers are very attractive, and that's where I would go in this game.
If I want to get greedy with Hurts for 40 yards and Barkley 40 yards receiving, that would be Hurts 40 yards rushing and Barkley 40 yards receiving. I can get a little bit better than 14-1.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. Because you have, first off, as I said, I can see Hurts running the ball at least 10 times in this game at 4 yards a clip.
Right.
That's easy enough to imagine. And with Barkley, while he might only catch 4 balls in this game, every time he catches one, he's one broken tackle or
a spin move away or whatever,
going 25 yards. And if he gets one of those 25-yarders, he's going to go over 40, even by catching only 4 balls. So I think both of those are, that's a nice way to play. Put those two things together.
Okay, let's go to the early slot now, and we'll stick with our NFC West team and the Seattle Seahawks laying a huge number at Tennessee. Tennessee did end up covering barely against the Texans last week at home. So if you played the Titans at home plus the points, you got the money last week. You're going to get 13.5 if you want to do the same thing this week. 40.5 is the total. 13.5 is a lot of points to lay here. It really is. This game's going to go one of two ways. It's either going to be really close with Tennessee, even with a chance to win it, or Seattle's going to blow their doors off. One of the two. I guess I'm going to lean with Seattle will blow their doors off because Tennessee, I've watched them play all year. They have nothing compared to what Seattle does. Ridley goes out last week again as soon as he comes back, basically. So they're down some weapons for Tennessee as well. Seattle's the better team here. I guess 13.5 seems like a lot, but at the end of the day, it really isn't. Is this on your blowout list?
Yeah, it is. And I don't know that I'd be crazy about laying 13.5 points on the road, but Seattle does seem to be playing that level of football. I mean, even last week, the big game against the Rams, and they fell behind early, and I thought, oh boy, they've been exposed. And they outplayed the Rams in that game for the last 3 quarters. I thought that was a very impressive performance, even in a loss for them. Their defense is just playing extremely well. I don't see how Tennessee scores more than 13 points in this game, maybe 10. And the way
Right.
Seattle's been playing,
Yeah, they'll score 28. They'll get 28 or so.
34 to 10 kind of
Right.
game written all over it. Now, Tennessee rush defense has been good, but that doesn't help you that much against Seattle, who has increased their passing efficiency. Now they've got Rashid added to the team, and obviously Smith and Njigba is catching the ball as much as any receiver in the league. So I think Smith and Njigba should have a really nice game in this game. He's got to score at least one touchdown in this game. So on a conservative ticket, on a team that's going to score, I got to believe they're going to score 4 touchdowns in this game. He's got to get at least one of them. So if I gave any play in this game, normally in a blowout, I would look at the winning team's running game to do, who's going to be the big runner. But Tennessee's tough to run against, so I don't know that that's going to be the way this game turns into a blowout. I think that they'll get 2 or 3 passing touchdowns. And, so I don't know, Smith and Njigba at minus $1.40
Let's see here.
per TD.
Yeah, and I'm going to come up with a number I think you'll like as well, instead of laying the 13.5 points here. Because I think, as I'm looking up the touchdown score, I think maybe the even better move is to take Seattle's team points over 26.5, just in case Tennessee finds that extra touchdown. You don't have to worry about what Tennessee scores. Just get your way to 27, and you'll win that bet.
I got no problem with that.
Let's see here. For Jackson Smith, even money plus 100.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll certainly take that. I think that's on the gutless tickets. One touchdown for the number one offensive weapon in the game. I think that's you got to play that.
All right, so we have McMillan over his yards, McBride a touchdown, and JSN for a touchdown on the gutless ticket. Okay. All right, next game on the board. It's a good one. I'm going back and forth with this one myself, so I'm interested to get your take. And we talked about how the Colts might not win another game. There's a small chance that would happen. But if that were to happen, then they would lose an Arrowhead on Sunday. They're catching 3.5, 49.5. Now, I can make an argument for both teams to win here, mainly because the Chiefs have been very lackluster. And if Jonathan Taylor were to come in there and just keep Mahomes on the sideline, run the ball to death, have a Jonathan Taylor type of game, then the Colts will be hard to beat, especially if Mahomes is on the sideline over there. The other part of me says that Mahomes is going to come out there, and they need to get this running game going a little bit somehow. I know Pacheco is out again. He gets no run support. And again, there's stuff behind the scenes there. Maybe when there's fuel, there's fire, like in Philadelphia. Andy Reid maybe not as happy with Mahomes changing from running plays to passing game or the passing plays. So you hear a little bit about that. I could see the Chiefs coming out and smoking them, or I could see the Colts kind of winning this game. But I think the better call here is to take the over. So if I'm expecting both teams to actually play well, then the over is what makes the most sense to me at 49.5. If they get there, then it's got to be through these Chief receivers. Your guy Rice will have a good game. Maybe Worthy will finally show up. Probably the tight ends each have a touchdown, which might not be the worst call in the game, is to parlay the 2 tight ends together, your boy Warren and Kelsey. So I think a lot of angles really to like here at the end of the day with the Colts and the Chiefs. If they're both going to play well, then this will be an over game. What do you think?
Well, it's certainly the Indy defense leads you to believe that Kansas City can have a big offense.
They could have their best game of the season, maybe.
But they're not going to, as you noted, they haven't run the ball well all season. They're without their top running back, and they're just their running game options are very limited. So it's going to have to come through the passing game. But that should be the strength of the team. Kelsey's played really well lately. Rice has not necessarily done great, but he's done okay. And like you said, Worthy, ever since Rice came back, Worthy's kind of disappeared. They need to get their passing game going at a higher, as much as they need to get their running game going eventually. I don't think they have the weapons to do that right now. For now, they need to get their passing game in gear. And I think this is an opportunity, coming off a bad performance last week. You would think that they've been attentive at practice this week. I think they'll treat this as a big game, and I think that they just have too many weapons in the passing game. So I think that like I said, I think Kelsey has done really well. He seems to be on a nice roll that maybe you'd want to continue riding that. On my conservative approach, I'll drop back to my Mahomes minus 1.5 TDs, and hope that's close to even money, because that seems to me to be the most obvious play. They're gonna throw. I'd even consider going minus 2.5 on the TDs in this game, because they've got to throw the ball in order to win this game. And I think they will throw the ball very effectively. I think Kansas City over its point total in this game, which based on the numbers you talked about, is probably somewhere in 30 range.
Let's see.
I think that they can go over that number in this game. If Indy's going to be competitive in this game, they're going to have to do it with their offense. But I don't see their offense keeping up with this. I see this as a 31-21, 31-24 kind of game. But I do think Kansas City is going to score more than 30 points, and I do think Mahomes will have at least 2 and probably 3 touchdowns. But conservatively, give me the minus 1.5 and hopefully at a decent number.
Minus 172. So you got to lay the juice.
Yeah, see, I'd have to go to minus 2.5 there to minus 172. You want to put on an extremely gutless ticket, to play it safe, then that's fine. But I think you can go to minus 2.5 safely and, get a little price there.
Plus 225. So you can, so these 4 right now would pay, if you're going to take Mahomes with over 1.5, you're looking at 8-1 odds. If you take him plus 225, you're actually looking more like 21 to 22 to 1 odds, just on that extra touchdown.
Yeah. Well, let's see at the end of the day what we're
right.
Because I wouldn't want to ruin a very conservative ticket by not being conservative all of a sudden. So
26.5 is the Chief team points. Sorry to interrupt you. 26.5 the total for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be very logical. I mean, this has to be a high-scoring game. I mean, if Indy's going to win, like I said, they got to believe that they're going to have to score 24, 27, maybe even 30 points to win this game, because Kansas City is going to, they should have a really nice passing game here. So
55 degrees, no winds either. So
yeah, right.
Nice
I don't think there's any weather factors
anywhere
across the country this week that I know of. So anyway, I mean, that's I think Kansas City's going over that number.
All right, let's see here. Next game on the board. That does it for everyone on the NFC East or West, AFC West, correct? Yep. All right. Are the Lions on your blowout list? They're on my blowout list.
Oh, absolutely.
Minus 12.5, 49.5.
They've been way more inconsistent this year. But one thing that they're consistent about is when they lose, they bounce back big time. I don't know if it's just because the schedule has set up that way. It just seems that when they have a bad game, they get a nice opportunity in the next game to take it out on somebody. And you don't get a much better opportunity than, you return home and you play the Giants. They should be able to put up big numbers on the Giants. The Giants still won't have their quarterback. But Detroit, that won't stop them from trying to run up big numbers. So I think Detroit's is definitely a green light in this game. They've got to. I mean, ever since the coach has taken over, the head coach has taken over the play calling, Jameson Williams. We've talked about this. Has become more popular. And he's just one of those guys that if you throw the ball to him 6 times in a game, he's going to find a way to get at least one big one. And so, I don't see why this wouldn't be, one of those games. Gibbs has been going crazy this season. He should have nice numbers in this game. Goff should get, again, on a conservative ticket, Goff, minus 1.5 TDs would be a very simple play in this game. But to me, I think Williams would be a nice play, hoping that his receiving yards is reasonable.
Let's see his receiving prop number, and I got a lot more to add to him in a minute. 60.5, which is very reasonable.
Yeah, agreed.
For a touchdown, he is at, and you're right, you took the words out of my mouth with Campbell taking over the play calling. Touchdown scores for this game. Because I have an interesting angle here that I'll incorporate with the next game we'll talk about. But Jameson Williams plus 155 for a touchdown. I think I like him for 2 for everything that we just said. But there's also a piece of me, because I think the Lions score in the 40s. So, Gibbs will get his. Montgomery could even get his. We don't have Laporta, which helps our cause on Williams and on St. Brown, I think, completely. So if Williams doesn't get 2, I think St. Brown gets 2. And I'm going to play them both for 2 with this other player we'll talk about next in the next game. But I like the payout that I already have this ticket on with Williams. It just makes sense that they're going to keep getting him involved more. You can't let off the gas now that you got him going. You got to keep him going, especially now that there's no Laporta. I just don't think Brock Wright fills that role in. So let's get Williams down the field more, especially if we're trying to blow these guys out and get some rest for maybe our starters in the second half. We'll do that through the long passing game, especially. So I like Jameson Williams as a focus here, but he does, and I'm talking about Campbell, he does love himself some St. Brown, and if they're at the 10-yard line or so, instead of maybe pitching to the Gibbs, he could find St. Brown's running, across to the corner or something like that back of the end zone. So I'll play them both for 2 touchdowns and leave the other slot open. But I think the Lions team points to get 40 or more on the alternate line is wide open on this too.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, what about Goff minus 1.5? What kind of price we laying there?
It's probably the same as Mahomes, but let's see.
I'm guessing it's got to be a little lower.
It's worse. Minus 230 over 1.5.
Wow.
Jameis Winston plus 162. For 2.
Well, they've got to, after they start falling behind, they've got to start winging it. No, I don't know. I'd focus on the
Lions thing. Yes, I would. Yeah.
So.
Okay. Is the Patriots your other blowout game? You said you had 4. I think we talked about 3. Okay.
We're getting Burrow back this week, right?
Yes, but I don't know if that's good for Burrow, to be honest. Maybe a little rusty without Chase. I think they should. I mean, they have to bring him back. They don't have a choice record-wise, I guess, especially if Flacco's banged up. I don't think it matters who the quarterback is in this game for the Bengals. I think this is a one-sided affair, to be honest. To me, let me give you the angle of my other player to have 2 touchdowns here. And you wouldn't have agreed earlier in the season, but you might agree now. And that is Diggs. If there's any receiver who's trending of getting better and better and better every week, it is definitely Diggs. You see it in the numbers, but that hasn't quite translated into the touchdowns. And if the Patriots are going to score a lot of points here, you got, let's see, Stevenson back as well, so he's bound to counterfeit Henderson to some extent. He will. I guess we'll get a little bit of a share here. And the Patriots go back through the air because we know the Bengals are very vulnerable in that regard. We still don't have I do see Booty listed, Kayshon Booty, the deep threat. So that adds to the repertoire for May. But in a game where we just saw, and I'm reaching a little bit, I get it. But if the Patriots are having a good game, don't you think maybe Drake May, as sleek as he's been, and as smart and as cerebral as he's been, knowing that Diggs has been better, let's throw a little shot across the bow of Jamar Chase, the spitter over there on the sidelines, and let's feed Diggs, who was an alpha dog receiver in this league at one time, and try to put him back on this pedestal of being one of the better receivers in the league. Why not? Because we're up 21-0 right now, or 21-7, or 27-13. Let's feed the ball to Diggs. Let's give him a couple of touchdowns this week as well. So I like the parlay of Diggs for 2 to either Jameson Williams or St. Brown for 2. Your thought on that?
Well, it's hard to dispute anything you say about New England. I mean, they've had an incredible season. This would seem like a very illogical place for that to blow up. They really should win this game. And I'm a little concerned. Like I said, getting Burrow back really helps this team. But it should allow them to try to match points in some little way. My concern about who's going to be the star for New England this week, and May seems to throw 3 touchdown passes every week, regardless of who the opponent is. But Cincinnati's been much weaker against the run than against the pass. And you mentioned Stevenson coming back. This gives them a nice 2-headed monster, so that when they get a lead, they could play very conservatively, run the ball with both of their guys, and just, churn the clock and, keep Cincinnati's offense off the field. And so I do agree with you that Diggs has been doing really well. I just see New England having a more conservative offensive approach this game than they would against a better team, a team that's going to give them more defensive resistance. So, I just be afraid that Diggs, after he gets his touchdown on the first series of the game, only gets 3 more targets the rest of the game because they're running the ball 75% of the time. So, I don't really have any play in this game. I do think New England's going to win. And they could win handily, but the more handily they win, the more they're going to run the ball. I would love to play, if Stevenson weren't playing, I'd love to play Henderson to have a big game here. But with both of them playing, it's hard to.
That's hard. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, how much is Stevenson going to play? They're going to throw him right back in the starting lineup. Is he going to get 2/3 of the carries like he was earlier in the year, or have they, handed off the baton to the young guy now? I don't quite know how they're going to approach this game, which makes that aspect difficult. So I'll let you ride with your
Right.
and I'll just watch. I'll sit on the sideline.
I'll say this.
Me and Chase will sit on the sidelines for this.
Right. I'll say this too. DeMario Douglas has been going over his prop pretty handily here, and he's just at 20.5 receiving yards again. So I would play that over as well. Easy enough. Okay, we're missing a blowout from you then. Which game is it?
Oh, well, the Baltimore game.
Right.
I mean, Baltimore's been, they're trending upward. The Jets they traded away their two best defensive players. They just don't have very good defense anymore. Not that they necessarily had one at the beginning of the year. But Henry has really picked up, as Baltimore starting to play better and getting their offense going, they're starting to feed him more. This is a game where, they should be able to, hand him the ball 15 to 20 times and get whatever yards that they want. I just don't, I think this could be a really, really ugly 31-3, 31-7 kind of game. Baltimore is just this is the kind of game that they need to keep the momentum going. I don't know that they're necessarily running on all cylinders quite yet, but this will help them. And what will really help them is to continue to get Henry going at the pace that he's been playing at in recent years. He's coming off probably his best game. And he went over 100 yards rushing.
Yeah, against Cleveland too. Good game.
And I think that he'll go over 100 easily this week in this game. I don't see why not. So I'd look at him over his rushing total. Hopefully 90 or less.
Let's see. Derrick Henry is at 87.5.
Yeah, well, that's good. Because I definitely think he's going over 100 yards in this game.
Let's see. What is he for 2 touchdowns? Because he could be on that list. Minus 220 for 1. Plus 250 for 2. My only concern, and it's the same thing every week, is that you're at the 1 yard line. It's easy Henry territory for a second TD, and we choose to play fake and And
throw
Jackson,
the curl pattern to Andrews, or Jackson runs around. They just have a lot of different things that they do down by the goal line where it seems like you really didn't need to do that. Just hand the ball to the big guy.
Right.
But they, I don't know, they just don't do that as much as I think they should. So, but yeah, I mean, it's I certainly, for him for 1 touchdown, I don't like the price, but for 2, it's reasonable. I'd stick with the yardage though. I just don't see why this doesn't turn into a blowout game where they ask themselves, why are we throwing the ball when we could just run the ball on every down and get Henry, up to speed. So he's my play in this game.
Okay, let's see here. I would be interested in perhaps. So we get Derrick Henry at plus 115 for a touchdown in the first half. And then let's go all the way back to Monday night. And let's look at McCaffrey for a touchdown in the first half. And we will get McCaffrey minus 145 plus 263. If you wanted to put a big bet down, is that reasonable?
I don't know.
Scary, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you would think so. But like I said, I've just seen Baltimore so many times just go away from him at the goal line when they really should. I mean, maybe that's just an indication that he wasn't having a great season early on, and now he tends to be trending in the right direction. Because I really think they're only going to go as far as he's successful moving forward. And here's your opportunity coming off, like I said, his best game last week to build upon that. He puts up a nice 150 game this week, and now all of a sudden you're looking at Baltimore as maybe even the favorite, as bad as their record is, because you're moving off of Kansas City, you're moving off of Buffalo. Who does that leave? Oh, are we really talking New England, or we're really talking Denver? Baltimore, look out. Baltimore, they got a full head of steam, and they're back. And I think it'll take a remember me kind of performance by Henry to get them back to that status. And there's no better opportunity than to face a already pretty bad defensive team who 2-3 weeks ago decided, we can just give away our top 2 defensive players because we don't care anymore. So this is a golden opportunity for Henry to, he would be my choice to be the top rushing, ground gainer this week. I really think he's got a chance to go to 150 or somewhere in that range. So that's I feel strongly about, as I mentioned before, these blowout games. In the Detroit blowout, they've got so many different weapons that they can use. It's hard to really focus on one of those guys. But in this game, I really think he should be the focus. I don't know. You got your running back. I mentioned before, a blowout. I like the running back, the chief running back, to get heavy usage. And if he does, then he gets heavy yardage. Well, that's not going to happen in the Detroit game, but it will happen in this game.
Does the Green Bay Minnesota game feel like an under game to you? It feels like an under game to me, especially if McCarthy can't do anything. And it pains me to see Jefferson, the talent that he has, unable to, week after week, not put up anything relatively close to what his prop suggests that he should be putting up. To me, this is probably an under game. The Packers play under games anyway. They have a good defense. I expect the Packers to win this game, and it's probably a lower scoring game than me.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think both these teams are disappointing in some ways, especially offensively. Chicago last week ran 39 times against Minnesota for some reason. Chicago's not a great running team, but they had success running.
They try.
The ball.
You got to give them credit. Yeah.
And Green Bay is much more of a running team than Chicago is. I got to believe that they'll use a similar game plan, even though, they're probably missing their top back, right?
Yep. Wilson's who I got listed now with Chris Brooks as the backup, right? Yep.
Well, yeah, Wilson. I mean, I would think he could be one of the, an under the radar. Let's see, last week, 11 carries for 40 yards and a touchdown after the injury. And playing basically half the game. If that's their approach to this game, and he gets 15 carries, which I think he easily could. I mean, they really don't have a third option there. He could be looking at a 70, 80, 90-yard game. So do they have a?
He's off the board for rushing yards right now. I do have him to score. He is at minus 110 for one. I'm sorry, plus 110 for one, and plus 550 for two.
Yeah, see, I mean, I don't know that much about him to know that how much they would use him around the goal line. I just think that I'd be much more interested in his rushing number because it's one of those things where, okay, he hasn't played much. And so if we look at his averages and what have you, all right, we'll put a 55 on him, and at which point it'd be an automatic buy sign, because if it were the other guy playing, he'd be much more in the 80s or 90s in a game like this where you could project that they're going to run the ball a lot. So, why wouldn't Wilson put up 75 yards? Given 15 opportunities in this game. But, until we see a number, I'm certainly not going to play him over 80, but if his number's down closer to 50, I think it becomes a much better play. So anyway, keep your eye on that.
Your Bears, you predicted to be a fun team preseason. That've been a good team. So nice call by you. And now they'll get Pittsburgh at home. They're laying 2.5, 45.5. Aaron Rodgers is a notorious Bills killer. Can the Bears do this one more time here against Pittsburgh? You said the Pittsburgh defense is trending better. They are. They win last week, right? And they win convincingly. The Bears, nice win on the road. They got a good thing going. I think I've heard a lot of Pittsburgh love in this game this week overall. I don't know if it's justified. This is a interesting game, and I think it probably plays over the total, 45.5. So give me the over in this game. And I'm not shocked if either team wins, I guess. It's probably a field goal, 6-point game either way. So what do you think?
I'm going to pass on this game.
Yeah,
Rodgers' status.
It's a weird one.
Is he even going to play in this game?
Right,
I kind of believe he's not going to play. And I'm just not a big Williams fan. They do have weapons on that team, but Pittsburgh is more of a defensive-oriented, confuse the quarterback kind of team. And I just don't think Williams is one of the most intelligent quarterbacks out there. I think, Pittsburgh probably looks at him like, we can force him into a couple of mistakes with our coverages, and could very well make the difference in this game. I think Pittsburgh, well, again, depending upon who's quarterbacking, I think Pittsburgh, will probably win this game. But as I said, it's hard to say not knowing what kind of shape the quarterback is in. So I'm going to throw up my hands on this game and say, you know what? No, we've talked about a lot of players and a lot of different things. I don't need anything in this game.
Now we got some fun angles. So your 4 primary plays on your non-greediest of ticket is going to be Mahomes over 1.5 touchdowns, but take it to 2.5 for a little better price. Jackson Smith for a touchdown, Trey McBride for a touchdown, and Tet McMillan for the Panthers over his receiving yards. A lot of other fun things to play around with other than that. We got a good working list. All right.
Yeah, it's an interesting ticket. I mean, and the scary part about it is that the 2 games where I think there are going to be the highest scoring games don't involve good teams. And, do you really want to get involved with Arizona and Carolina, these kinds of teams? But it's, it's just, it's tempting, and there's a lot of good things about those 2 games, and especially with the opponents as well. So, and then, the other side of the coin is, you got these blowout games, and, what's going to happen if, in fact, these games turn into what is the Rams game, the Lions game, the Seattle game, the Baltimore game? What's going to happen in the second half of these games if they, in fact, turn into blowouts? And like I said, I like to go with the workhorse running backs in those kinds of games. But that's not, I don't see that happening in the Seattle game. I really don't think that's going to happen in the Detroit game. I'm not sure that the Rams are that kind of team either. And so the most obvious guy there is Henry. I think he belongs on our gutless ticket over his rushing total.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. We'll add him
But
on.
but like I said, he's also a guy who I think you could, if you really want to roll the dice, you could go 120, 125, 130. Heck, even go shoot for the moon and go for 150 with him this week. And if you really want to, you're really looking for something big this week. throw him onto one of your crazy parlays at over 150 yards. And, the good part about having a conservative ticket going is that, hopefully it hits, and when all said and done, you win your 8-1
Right.
or your 12-1 or whatever on that. And that allows you to
Have fun with the rest.
take some shots. Yep. And that, Henry to me is a guy who, the sky's the limit this week.
All right, so we're going to take Henry, 150 yards at plus 750. We're going to take Ted McMillan receptions at 9 or more, because I remember that's a big payout. So let's see what we get here with that. And I'm going to throw one more random one at you. Where's he at receptions? There he is. All right, so just those two things pay 62-1. How about that? Henry for 150 or more, Ted McMillan for 9 catches, and I'm going to throw in the Rams to win by 13 points or more on an all line. Because I think of all the blowouts, that's probably the one where Tampa's going to sit their guys rather than try to backdoor you, right? There's no backdooring that spread against the Rams. So we take a minus 12.5, 170-1 odds. $10 win 1,700. So that's a greedy fun ticket.
There you go.
Okay. All right, Dave. We'll talk Thanksgiving. Thanks.
Okay.
Good luck. Have fun.
You too.
All right.
Bye.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never fear about what I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil.
The docile sounds of the Pie Tasters bring us back in from break.
Make you understand. I never wanted to be the
I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin. You are on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. We are live just before 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Coming up shortly, we'll have Nephew Dave. We'll have the Ant-Man in studio. And we're going to go through the whole list of games, prop by prop, alt line by alt line, survivor pick, you name it. We're going to go through it all. As we fade out the Pie Tasters, playing producer, and on the air talent all at the same time here. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll do a little art of making the tickets, and then we're going to do a commercial break. So bear with us once we get to the commercial. Don't freak out. Don't leave. Just give us a minute to stretch the legs, reorganize, and get everything rolling the way we need to for this last couple of hours as we'll go through again, pick by pick. We'll get the Ant-Man in here. We'll get Nephew Dave and myself, and we'll come up with some hopefully nice winners for today. I mean, this is kind of in the wheelhouse here, November football, right around Thanksgiving. Usually if I've had rough seasons in previous years, and I can't call it a rough season. We've already had that one big hit like we talked about earlier in week 2. And some nice wins last week. So we're definitely floating by. But if we have a time of confidence, it is the later that we get into the season as a whole. Thanksgiving, December, the playoffs. And I can't remember a playoff where we didn't win at least one big round, to cover all of our playoff activity. So we look forward to this November football today as we get into the last, basically the last week. Do we have a November football next Sunday? Yeah, we do. It'll be the 30th. So we'll have today, Thanksgiving, Friday, and a Sunday, and then the Monday night game will mark December football. This is where we expect to get separation. If you kind of separate the season into quarters, the September football you'll hear the terms out there. October football, November football, December football. The later you get, the more hardcore it gets. We are going to weed out the pretenders starting now, and the strong teams will rise to the top to try to make a run at the playoffs. All right. We do have a futures ticket. Mentioned it earlier. If you're just tuning in, we're going to take a stab. Dave Delgrande likes it too. But 2 teams outside looking in right now of the playoff picture. And I guess I can actually go over that. We haven't talked about playoff pictures or standings or anything like that. Let's see. It's amazing when you go to the ESPN site that the NFL is just not across the top. It's all baseball and everything else. So let's see here. As far as our standings go, and I do have a ticket. I put $15. In fact, I put another 10 on it last night with Dallas and Miami. So we'll just use those teams for an example real quick. We'll make this part of the art of making tickets as far as the futures go. But let me get the playoff picture up here. This is good old NFL.com site, but they want to get all fancy with their graphics, so it takes a million minutes to load up. All right, so right now, here's the theory on this, and this is true for basically every football season. If you're kind of new to NFL gambling, things are not always what they seem at the beginning of the year. Teams may start off strong. When we talk about September, October, November, December football, teams may start off strong, and then they'll, basically bust their load, and then they'll teeter off towards the end of the season, or injuries will get them, like the Bills missing everyone on defense, Lions missing everybody on defense against Washington last year. All right, and then basically you're just kind of outmanned and outgunned at that point. So you hope to, 1, get into the playoffs healthy to make a good, strong run. And then 2, you want to get all your bad games out early and go on your big run late, as the hottest team will win. So that being said, you always have a couple of teams who will make an unknown run into the wild card. Just back to last NHL season, the St. Louis Blues had to win 12 games in a row, I think. Maybe it was 13. But 12 games in a row to get into the playoffs. Isn't that crazy? So things can happen. There's still plenty of football left. And for the price, I'm going to do it. I mean, what do we got? We got 7 games left, right? For the most part, for everybody. A couple teams still haven't had their bye week yet, like the 49ers and the Patriots. Everyone plays next week, and then 6 more teams on the bye the week after that, and then we're done with byes. So we'll have everyone evened up, and it'll be a little bit easier. But for $25, since I added 10 to the 15 last night, $25 to win well over $4,000. The ticket is to make the playoffs, the Cowboys and the Dolphins. Now, yes, you might be laughing out there. Everyone's laughing. I kind of laugh at it. But, I mean, if the 49ers or the Packers were to drop off, would that shock you? The Cowboys are 2 games behind the Packers. They're right there. That's the 6th spot. So you can make that up for sure. You just got to get hot and figure the teams in front of you lose a couple of games. Now, that's a big task for Dallas. They got a hard schedule coming up, but doable. And on the other side, we look at Miami. Now, they'll have to jump. How about this? The Ravens, Chiefs, and Texans have the 8, 9, and 10 spot in reverse order of what I just said. So the Texans are 8, Chiefs 9, Ravens 10. And then the Dolphins are 11th at 4 and 7. But really, the Texans are just 2 games ahead of them in the 8th spot. And so are the Jaguars at 6 and 4, still with a bye to come for Jacksonville. No, they've had theirs. And Miami gets theirs this week. So say Jacksonville loses today. They'll be 6 and 5. And really, the Dolphins are just 2 games back. Anything can happen, literally. So you're priced in at that point for $10, $20. I put 25 on it. 25 to win well over $4,000 on a 2 teams on the outside looking in with the Cowboys and the Dolphins to make the playoffs. If anything, it's fun. And yeah, if they lose 2 or 3 weeks in a row, you bag it and you move on. I get it. You take the loss. You can live with it. But for the payout, you're priced in. You got to try to take the shot at it if you're smart. That's how you're going to get ahead in these wagering games, people. Just use your brain a little bit. Know that, like I said, every year somebody comes from outside looking in to make the playoffs, it seems. So why not Dallas or someone like the Dolphins? Could it happen? Yes. And if you can answer that question half the time or all the time, really, if you ask it to yourself, is this possible to happen? And the answer is yes. And then you look at the numbers and they're astronomical, then you kind of have to roll with it. You're going to hit some. And that's where you're going to be profitable at the end of the day, is when you turn these $25 bets into $4,500. So good futures ticket, I think, on the Cowboys and Dolphins. It might not be good. It might be bad, but it's at least live and very live with 7 games left to play. Basically, each team needs to jump 2 spots. Crazier things have happened the way that I see it. We've had baseball teams 3 games back of the playoffs, and by the time the Sunday comes around after the Friday, they're even Steven and in the playoffs. So it can happen with football, especially with the injuries too. If you get fortunate with that, here you go with the Colts, right? We made an argument earlier for the Colts that they could lose every game on their schedule. It's hard. It's not easy. Let's just say that they did. They would end up 8 and 9 from what they are now. And I mean, the Ravens, Chiefs, they're going to get a couple more wins each. They'll jump them. That's your 3rd spot right now with Indianapolis. The Texans will surely catch them because they'll have to lose to them a couple of times anyway. Really, the Texans control their own destiny 2 games back of the Colts because they still play them twice. Jacksonville still plays them twice as well. So a long, tough schedule. Will be interesting to see how they do. They've been so good all year, but we said it too. You got these teams that start real hot. They play great. The next thing you know, they fall flat on their face. Are the Colts a candidate to do that? We'll find out a lot more about that this afternoon in Kansas City. All right, let's build a quick touchdown ticket, and then we'll go take a break, and then we'll get Nephew Dave in here and the Ant Man and go through this whole slate. So I'm looking for a touchdown scorer ticket of 1 touchdown each, and let's just find 3 of them and make this a semi decent sized bet at like $20 or $25, something like that. All right, so 1 o'clock window, we'll focus there, and we want to focus on the teams, obviously, who are going to be scoring the points. So the first game that I see that has a chance to do that for us is New England with the Bengals. Now, I don't have much action with Hunter Henry yet, so we'll start it right now with him here. And the Bengals are atrocious against tight ends. You figure Hunter Henry's kind of on the do list. He's just really due to score now. Drake May will have multiple touchdown passes today. Yes, the running game could get a decent amount as well. But you got to figure at some point, especially if Cincinnati is bad against the tight ends, that Hunter Henry has a decent chance to score this afternoon. So we'll go ahead and throw him on at plus 180 onto a touchdown ticket. Again, you ask yourself, is it possible for Hunter Henry to get one touchdown today? Yes, very, very possible. Okay, next game on the list. Pittsburgh and the Bears. Let's leave that off. We know we got Rodgers beat up. Dave Delgrandy scares me about Caleb Williams now at this point. The Bears have been nice story. A lot of different players can score in this game. So let's just try to narrow it down a little bit more. So we'll pass with the Steelers and the Bears. The Ravens and the Jets, you figure there's any number of Ravens who can score in this game. If the Jets do get a touchdown, it's probably Breece Hall, right? Could it be on the outside to do we have Garrett Wilson in the lineup today? Let's see. Nope, I don't see him. So, I mean, is it strictly Breece Hall at plus 140? I think we can find better options in case Breece has a tough day against Baltimore. And there's Henry at minus 195. He's an obvious one, but we probably want to use him in a maybe like a superstar running back one touchdown bet. Derrick Henry at minus 195. Andrews has been good at plus 150. He would fit the tight end theme. Likely is a definite candidate at plus 310. Lamar at plus 220. Any number of the Ravens can score. Let's just skip those guys because there's too many mouths to feed there. And then let's go to Seattle and Tennessee, where Tennessee's interesting on defense a little bit. They're at least mediocre, maybe, which I think feeds us to our next touchdown scorer, to be honest, for Seattle. Because I think Seattle still scores their points today. And one guy who's been a little quiet, too, in terms of the Derrick Henry front of kind of being on the do list. We have my man A.J. Barner today at plus 250 for one touchdown. So if we add him and Henry together, right now we're at plus 880 for a ticket. Just one touchdown by Barner, one touchdown by Hunter Henry. And we got a nice thing going so far. You would think Shaheed would be a nice pick at plus 260. Let's give him another week to fit in. Kind of a weird game in Nashville today. It's going to be warm too. It's not Seattle's familiar stopping grounds. It's not exactly their comfort zone, let's just say. Although they've been pretty good on the road, right? Let's just we expect them to score. And yes, Jackson Smith probably scores. Yes, Charbonnet probably scores. Man, Charbonnet, would we just want to take him at plus 115? Kenneth Walker gets nothing by the goal line at plus 130. Let's stick with Barner, our first gut, plus 250. Let's get the tight end back involved for Sam Darnold today, especially after the picks last week. Maybe he wants to be a little bit more easygoing, and the tight end might be someone to be able to provide that luxury for him in Nashville. So A.J. Barner, Hunter Henry for one touchdown each. Let's find one more. I mean, this Lions game can have any number of touchdown scores for sure with the Giants. The Packers and the Vikings are kind of an under game. And then we have the Chiefs and the Colts, where, again, the Chiefs have a lot of mouths to feed. The Colts, you're going to have to really pay the price. Although Warren seems attractive for a tight end today to score for Indianapolis. I feel like we can put him on the list. It's the Lions are going to score points. That's the thing. So let's just take a Lion. And I think you just have to hope that Jameson Williams gets his one touchdown, right? He might not get two, like I kind of have that theory on for today with that parlay with Diggs we talked about. But Jameson Williams at plus 165 for one touchdown is interesting. So we'll pair him with Barner, Hunter Henry, and Jameson Williams. There's one guy in the 4 o'clock window. Do we want to add him onto this ticket? Let's just see what it would pay. I said it before, and I want one touchdown for Alvin Kamara. I just feel like he's on a do list of guys to score, right? I mean, and he's plus 170 for a touchdown today in a game where the Saints may beat the Falcons anyway. If we add Alvin Kamara to Jameson Williams, Hunter Henry, and A.J. Barner, we get 69-1. So $10 will win us 690. I think the thing to do is split. Let's split it up. We'll play those 4, and then we'll knock Kamara off and play the first 3. $10 to win 250. And then if we win the first one, we can try to root home that Kamara one with just one pick on a nice little, moderate Sunday afternoon $1,000 jackpot just for 4 guys to get a touchdown, right? $20 is the investment there. So 4 touchdown scores, but let's play the first 3 by themselves, and we'll add Kamara to a second ticket. But that is Hunter Henry, A.J. Barner, Jameson Williams. All seem logical to have a good chance to score today at a good price. Play that for one ticket, and then let's do a secondary ticket. We're going to add Alvin Kamara, and we're going to put another $10 on that to pay closer to $700. So the first 3 pay $250. Add Alvin Kamara for the $700 winner, which is a $950 little mini jackpot. And might I say, quite the nice Sunday afternoon. Okay, so there's some tickets for you. I got other tickets going up on the screen now, scrolling through. I got some haymakers up there, guys. Let's see. I mean, this is a haymaker that I see on the screen now. Drake May, 350 yards passing. I think the Patriots want to get the ball through the air again. They've been so dependent on the run the last few games. The Bengals provide the opportunity today, especially with Burrow. If Burrow can actually, score a couple of times, that will drive the Patriots to want to score more. And this is a good shot for them, especially if they have Booty back, Diggs, Douglas, Hunter Henry, full complement to receivers. Let's just Drake May air it out today, and we'll sift through this running game later. Let's not worry about the running game so much. Let's try to pass, get a good lead. We can incorporate the run a little bit more, get Stevenson acclimated back from being off his injury a little bit better. If he fumbles, it won't harm us because we're up big. So Drake May for 350 yards passing is interesting. Jared Goff for 325 yards passing is interesting too. On the same premise of let's just blow these guys out and get out of here. Let's not worry about just running the ball. Let's really get the score up and out of control. That way we can take most of the fourth quarter off. But I already have my stats already. I've hit Jameson Williams for 270-yard passes. St. Brown's giving me another 100 yards. Gibbs caught 50 through to out of his running back position. So Jared Goff on a shot here at plus 470 for 325 yards or more passing. The Drake May for 350 more yards is at 7-1. So real nice price there. And then Patrick Mahomes to round out the ticket. Let's be honest, if the Chiefs are going to win this game, it's going to be a lot of Mahomes. And Mahomes up and down the field on a nice day in Arrowhead, plus 550 for 350 yards or more passing. So that's the theory of that. But, that's a haymaker. $18.70 to pay out $5,542. All right, let's cue up the Pie Tasters one more time. We'll go ahead and take a break. We'll reshuffle the deck. We'll get Nephew Dave in here. We'll get the Ant-Man on board. Let's find some more winners. This is the round robin. I am Stephen Murray here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Good morning. We're live from Virginia Beach, Virginia, in the United States of America. Back after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
This is the Round Robin, season number 4, here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. I am Stephen Murray. Nephew Dave joins me now. Join us this Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, a special start time, as we will go through the 3 Thanksgiving Day games and also the Friday game. And then we will be back next Sunday at the normal time of 7 a.m. And we'll do a little special on Wednesday as well, right at about 8:15 after we check the lines and the weather. We'll go through, a good 45 minutes or so and talk about the foundation and formation and how fantasy football came to play as you know it. And what makes that even better is that the guy who will be discussing it, our regular Dave Del Grande on a week-to-week basis, is basically the one who nurtured it. Invented in the early 1960s, fantasy football. It really wasn't a major thing as far as, webs. Obviously, there's no websites, but, you got to think. You only had newspapers and magazines back then. Basically, the way that people played fantasy football was amongst each other and their friends, and they kind of formed a league and kept points by themselves until Dave Del Grande kind of gave that its own personal substance and touch there in the mid-'80s. He would actually write about it, and then his editor-in-chief basically made him be the fantasy football guy, thinking that it was great talk about, who do you start if you're a GM and stuff like that. And then after the UPI, the United Press, went ahead and picked it up for some of the major markets across the country, his column that he did in San Francisco, ESPN basically came calling, and he was the first guy for ESPN to do fantasy football when they formed their leagues. 2,000 emails asking fantasy football questions. His first time that he answered questions for ESPN. How about that? So fortunate enough to have Dave Del Grande on this show. And if he's talking props and stuff like that for the last 40 years, then you know that what he has to say on this show is great. And what I also noticed as well is a lot of times I'm giving him the lines and he doesn't know them beforehand, but he already has the picked out of what he wants. And when he hears the line, He's like, oh yeah, that's way too cheap. That's way too cheap. And we have a few of those from him this weekend. The Ted McMillan one, Dave, on Monday night, he really loves for his receptions.
Right.
You're getting almost 7-1 on 9 catches for McMillan.
Oh, wow.
And he likes Brian Robinson for a touchdown.
Interesting.
He thinks you parlay those two together, you get a real nice big payout.
Interesting.
Yep. So keep that in mind when you're doing tickets. Good morning, Nephew Dave.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Doing well.
The Commanders on the bye week, along with the Dolphins, the Chargers, and the Denver Broncos. So let's go ahead and get your State of the Union of the Washington Commanders out of the way here. It's the bye week. What does this team do moving forward, Dave?
Well, Steve, I think that's the question. There's plenty of room for debate on when Jaden Daniels is healthy. Do you play him, or do you shut him down to mitigate injury risk there, so to speak? As you know, now you're in a season that has gone completely downhill. Lost season. So many injuries. They're going to have to, I don't know if that's a training staff issue or what that is, but I mean, you lose basically all your starters there, Steve. So, we'll see what happens. I think you give your depth players, of which we don't really have any. And I say that again, that was my preseason concern. And sure enough, I was spot on in that regard. So I think you got to give them a chance. And I'm not saying tank it, but at 3-7, you're primed for a good draft pick right now. You're going to have some cap space, so you're going to be able to do some things here in the offseason. And you parlay that with a nice early draft pick in which there is definitely some talent that could help this team coming out of the draft this year. You know what? Don't try your hardest to win the games is kind of what I'm saying there. I mean, give the effort, go play the game. If you win, you win. That's great. You always want to win. But if you lose, it's really not the worst thing ever. I was not upset last week in the loss. That's just kind of where we're at, Steve. So going forward, I think you kind of give the depth guys some playing time there. Kind of see what you got, maybe what you want to keep moving forward, and then really hit the offseason with your cap space and draft picks and really turn this thing back around. I don't think it'll take much. Again, a season that we were so hopeful for, unfortunately, goes in the wrong direction. These things happen. So it's definitely time to start thinking about next year and what moves we can make to get back to where we were last year. So, Steve, it is what it is at this point. We'll see what they decide to do. So, yeah, that's pretty much that, honestly.
Very well spoken, Dave, from the Washington fan perspective. I think that makes a lot of sense, to be honest. Kind of, approaching that philosophy. And, you still have Debo you need to keep young at some point as well. So it's not a full tank job.
No.
But maybe if things don't look, hey, you never know, man. You went out. You'll find yourself into the playoffs more than likely. It's in a weird kind of way. 9 and what are you, 3-7 right now?
3-7.
So you could end up 10-7 if you win out somehow.
They're just Steve, they're just not healthy enough. If it was a little bit less injuries, I would say, hey, let's get it going off the bye week. But man, Steve's just so banged up.
Yeah, you just hope that that's not a one and done thing. Last year was fun watching them, and just to see them super regress is like, what?
Right. Yeah.
Even as a neutral fan, but that's the wacky season that this NFL is. I mean, explain to me the Vikings.
Right.
One week to the next. How about the Chargers getting thumped by Jacksonville by 22 points? A nice call by you too, right? Did you have Jacksonville?
No,
you had the Commanders. Ant-Man had Jacksonville.
Yeah, well, and you called that game beautifully too last week in the show. You said tough trip, early going for the Chargers. And man, if you weren't spot on there, Steve, so that's also a good call there on your part.
The Chargers play better at night, that's for sure.
Right.
I should have been more on the
Or on the
Jaguars.
West Coast.
As a traditional underdog player, Dave, I have not been playing underdogs. I've been attacking these props and alt lines and stuff like that. But there's been some decent dog weekends here where if you're playing dogs in some sort of an alt line, like Jacksonville minus 12.5 last week was probably paying 6 or 7 to 1.
Absolutely.
And they
was.
cleared that easily.
Right. Oh, yeah. That's did what they needed to do.
All right. Much brighter note, real quick. Your Sooners, you're happy with them?
Oh, yeah, Steve. Big win against Mizzou. Another ranked win for the Sooners. Now, I get it. Mizzou is only ranked 22, but they've had a nice season, and they've been feisty all year long, being in the mix of these games. So that was a huge win. Steve, we got one more game next week, LSU at home. So
LSU's terrible. You'll kill them.
Well,
I watched them barely beat Western Kentucky last night.
Right.
I was told the little birdie that thought he knew everything this week was never so far off Dave in his life. He liked Colorado against Arizona State.
Well, why?
Blowout. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, I can't bet that. He liked UCLA against Washington.
Oh my God.
Blowout.
I watched a lot of that game.
He liked LSU to kill Western Kentucky because Western Kentucky basically the game doesn't matter for their conference really.
Right.
They should really be focusing on next week. They nearly won the game. They probably should have won the game, to be honest. So a lot of points yesterday in college football. I think that can translate into today with all the nice weather we have, and we got some teams where I think it definitely put some points up today on some other teams and get a collaborative effort from both sides of the coin as well. All right, Dave, let's do Survivor pick.
All right.
I'm out of Survivor. I don't even realize it exists anymore, but I'll give you a pick for the sake of it. I'll try to think of someone obscure, knowing that. That's the interesting thing. I feel like everyone who's left in Survivor probably at least has one or two good teams still left they can play.
I got a bunch.
Like a Detroit. Do you really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so you're still a Survivor, so your input will probably be more valuable. Go ahead and give me some fresh lines, and let's do a quick Survivor pick. We'll blow through this list.
All right, let's start here with the Giants going to Detroit. 51.5 is going to be your number. Minus 13.5 for Detroit at home. So this was one of my picks, Steve. I was trying to decide between this and the other team. I went with the other team. You could definitely use Detroit today, but Steve, tell me there's just not some weird, just out of nowhere scenario where the Giants somehow win this game.
I think this is if you have Detroit, I would use them now.
I mean, I would, and like I said, that was between the two, but there's just like this 5% chance in the back of my mind.
Oh, that's the thing is, Dave. I mean, we've seen every week. We've seen crazy upsets,
right?
And we just talked about it, and it's unpredictable. And once you think you got a beat on a team, you don't. And then some of these teams that we're used to on a week-to-week basis, being the superpowers, all of them basically, are either barely getting by or taking their losses, like a Buffalo, like a Chiefs, you know?
Yes, yep.
Ravens barely skating by. Eagles barely skating by, you feel like?
Yep. So Detroit, definitely a candidate.
Yep.
All right, the Patriots taking on the Bengals. It's in Cincinnati. 50.5 is your number here. Minus 7.5 on the road. Patriots probably another good candidate, Steve. But if Cincinnati, I mean, that's a terrible defense, but I do see an angle in which they could turn it into a shootout.
I think most do you still have them left?
I used them.
I think most people have used them. Interesting spot. You could use them if you probably have better teams on the board, at least at home, like maybe Detroit.
Right. Seahawks, they're in Tennessee taking on the Titans. 41.5 is your number here. Minus 12.5 for the Seahawks. Again, Seahawks a candidate today as well. What does Tennessee have for Seattle? I couldn't tell you.
Tennessee is a bad team. It is Seattle if you want to use them.
All right. The Jets are in Baltimore taking on the Ravens. 44.5 is your number there. A -14 even for the Ravens. Steve, the Ravens at home are my survivor pick this week.
That's a fine pick. I'm not going to argue with it.
The Colts, they're taking on the Chiefs. It's in Kansas City. 50.5 is your number. -3.5 for the Chiefs at home. I'm not too sure about that, but this is a stay away if I've ever seen one.
It's a stay away.
Minnesota, they're in Green Bay. 41.5 is going to be your number. -6.5 for the Packers. Can they cover that with their recent showings? Well, I don't know. Stay away for me.
Minnesota is bad. But the Packers, they play so down to their competition. They really, really do. Pass.
All right. Steelers taking on Chicago.
I said the Packers were overrated weeks ago.
You did. Yes,
Before
you did.
anybody else, right?
Yes, you did. This game in Chicago, 47.5 is your number. -2.5 for the Bears at home. Pass. Pass.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting into the 4 o'clock. Jacksonville is in Arizona to take on the Cardinals. 47.5.
Pass.
Yeah, pass. -2.5 though for Jacksonville on the road.
That game gets a scream.
Well, you're going to
All these games get a scream. Probably.
I think you're going to cue it up again. The Browns are in Vegas to take on the Raiders. 35.5 is your number there. -3.5 for the Raiders at home. Oh man, that doesn't even deserve a TV, honestly. The Eagles, they're in Dallas taking on the Cowboys. Interesting one here. 47.5 is your number. -3 for the Eagles on the road. That's going to be a pass.
Over under of fights in the stadium is 50. You guys need to, again, I said this earlier, out of the blue, Dave, unscripted, as a show always is. You fans need to behave. Stop fighting each other. Eagles, Cowboys. I don't want to see any Monday morning videos of bloody Cowboy fans laying down and these stupid drunk Eagle fans all laughing at them, or vice versa. That door swings both ways. All right. Be nice. Buy each other beers. If you're at a tailgate listening right now, we got a ton of viewers on here. So there's a good chance that may be happening, or you guys are eating brunch together, giving each other dirty looks. Let's not get all aggro today. Take it easy. Put your professional big boy britches on and do not fight inside the stadium or outside the stadium or afterwards or beforehand or anytime this weekend. All right. Be nice.
Well, Steve, I think that's a perfect for an Ant-Man saying of control your alcohol. Don't fight.
Right. I'll pass.
All right. Falcons are taking on the Saints. 40.5 is your number. -1.5 for the Saints at home. Really? Pass.
Pass here.
I
think a lot of people are taking the Saints, but I'll pass.
The Buccaneers, they're in LA taking on the Rams tonight at 8:20. 49.5 is your number. -7 for the Rams at home. Give me a pass.
Honestly, I think you win Survivor Pool if you have mass upsets today, and if you take the Rams, you're going to win Survivor Pool.
Right. Could be one of those days.
The Rams are going to win that game against Tampa Bay. I'm going to tell you that.
All right.
The Buccaneers, we'll get to that game. But as we mentioned with Dave Dolgrandy, if you were listening, the schedule has been not friendly to Baker. It looks like he'll get Godwin back. Their schedule is much easier starting next week.
Right.
They have an easy rest of the year. If they get down this game, Baker should really come out of the game in the third quarter.
If they're down big.
If they're down 21 points or so.
Yeah.
Because they need to be healthy the rest of the way out. their season starts next week, not this week.
Right.
So the Rams, I think, are a great survivor pick that no one is thinking about.
Interesting.
That's how you can win survivors.
All right, I like it. All right, Monday night, you have the Panthers taking on the 49ers. It's in San Fran. 49.5 is your number. -7.5 for the Niners. Again, I feel like we find ourselves saying it every week. You could use the Niners in this spot, but why wait till Monday night for Survivor? I just wouldn't do it. Steve, what do you think?
I'll pass.
Pass. All right, so my pick, Steve. We're gonna go with the Ravens today.
All right, and I'll take Detroit.
All right.
All right. So let's get to the slate. What we'll do now is we'll go through every angle of every game. Let me make sure that this sports book stops going haywire. And I do have tickets rotating up on the screen as well. If you are listening, if you're listening and not watching, maybe screenshot every few minutes, and they'll give you a ticket you can look at right before kickoff. Or if you are watching, get your pen and pad ready to roll. Let's get some good action here. First game on the board for me today are my Patriots and the Bengals. And I don't design this. I can just go by the board that they give me. But lo and behold, here are the Patriots and Drake May. Now, the rookie lineman called him Drake May. So I think they gave him his own nickname. Isn't that kind of funny? Drake, because he's just good.
Right.
He's just Drake May, so Drake May. So he's won his team over for sure. They have as good of chemistry as anybody in the NFL right now. And they are winning games convincingly. They are fantastic against the spread. I think they've only not covered twice now. I think. Let me get my NFL against the spread. I got my hockey against the spreads up here. We'll talk more hockey on Tuesday night, Dave.
Yep.
I think we have a decent slate of games today. At least in the evening, we have a few games.
Yeah, there is a 1:00 game.
There's a couple get out games, I think, later in the NHL if you need them. I think Calgary's playing someone late, right? Calgary's playing someone they should get killed by.
Well, yeah, same should have been said last night.
On a back-to-back, right.
They're killing me, actually, Steve. Honestly, we'll talk about that Tuesday, but
right.
Calgary is killing me right now.
6:00 p.m. for What the Puck is going on here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. All right, Patriots against the spread. Let's see here. They are this is not right. This is last year. Oh, yeah, that's 2023. All right, so I need to move it here. Sorry, I know this is enthralling. But the Pats against the spread this season, 7-3-1. I think they gave them the push against the Jets. That doesn't count. If you bet that early in the week, you covered that game. So I would say that they're 8-2 actually, which is tied for best in the league with Seattle. The other teams covering the spread, the best are the Rams, 7-3, the Eagles 7-3, Indianapolis 6-3-1, Carolina 7-4, Bears, Lions 6-4. Worst teams against the spread real quick. You have a bunch of 4-6s. Cleveland, Tennessee, Vegas, Minnesota, Chargers, Baltimore, and the teams worse than that only covering 3 times each. Cincinnati, Green Bay, New Orleans, Washington. Dave.
Interesting.
Over under wise, just real quick before I give the State of the Union of the Patriots. I just wanted to mention their spread, but let's mention everybody else's real fast. Your teams to the super over right now: Baltimore, San Fran, Minnesota, Dallas, and Cincinnati. So those are your pure over teams. Your pure under teams at the moment: Kansas City, New Orleans, Houston, Denver. All right, so file that away and make notes of that. All right, so the Pats good against the spread, basically 8-2 at least in my book. And I mean, what's not to like here? I think, like I said, the running game, they've got it going with Henderson now. Now with Ramondre Stevenson out, they'll get him back. So there's going to be some reshuffling of the deck. But while they are getting Henderson going, they somewhat neglected the passing game a little bit. I think the passing game comes back today. Josh McDaniels is a lethal assassin. And I like this prop as good as any prop of the week. And I'm telling you, this is actually a thing on the sidelines. It sounds like a stretch and a reach, but it does make sense at the end of the day. But when you have these Spitzer and Jamar Chase sitting across on the sidelines, the number one man in fantasy football, the number one draft pick overall by many in the league who have been completely disappointed if you did take him number one, let's be honest, except for a game or two. You have him sitting on the sideline via this one game suspension for spitting in Jalen Ramsey's face. You think there's a little bit, we talk about just how smart Drake May is, how cerebral he is. They call him Drake May because he's his own nickname, because he's just that good. Between him and his brains and McDaniels, don't you think, you know what? We have our own alpha dog wide receiver. Y'all might not think so anymore, but Stephon Diggs has been fantastic the last few weeks. Stephon Diggs for 2 touchdowns today is a very, very viable bet. Now, we took Hunter Henry in this art of making tickets ticket. We're just banking on the Patriots to hopefully get 6 touchdowns in this game, which I think is actually live to do. I think they get 5 anyway, so you hope Hunter Henry gets one of them at least. But you hope Diggs gets 2 as well, because I haven't played for that. He's at a nice 10-1 odds to do so. Travion Henderson was plus 350 last week, plus 750 now with Ramondre Stevenson in there as a plus 550 favorite. I just think we get back to the passing game today. Booty is coming. We do have Kayshon Boutte listed at 35-1 for 2 touchdowns. And maybe that is the way we go, and Drake May airs it out all over the place. But I think there's a shot that with Chase just sitting over there, you know what? Let's show these guys what a good, well-rounded team is, and let's use our alpha dog receiver ourselves. And while you're sitting on the sideline fuming, you'll watch him get a couple of touchdowns on your porous defense. So I think Diggs a great shot for 2 touchdowns today, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely.
You like that angle?
I do. Yeah.
So I think the Patriots, you want their team points, go for it. DeMario Douglas over his receiving yards is at. He's been money on this too. I think 20.5. Yep, 20.5 is the number there. Travion Henderson 14.5. Ramondre Stevenson 8.5. All that is fair game and a passing game today. Gesicki is 26.5. I don't want anything to do with any Bengals, to be honest, even with Burrow back. Mac Hollins 23.5. Boutte is at 30.5. All these guys could go over. If you want to do a same game parlay with some Patriot receivers, I've been doing that every week and they've been close. So I'll just fire again. Why not against the Bengals defense? Some sort of, these guys on an alternate number over their total. Hunter Henry, I'm not sure for 39.5 yards. I think I just like him better in the red zone. Diggs at 59.5 yards. I would bet that over as well. Passing prop wise today, I stretched May to 350 yards on that absurd Howitzer quarterback ticket. He's 256 baseline to get 3 touchdowns today. Drake May is at 220 plus 220. Joe Flacco is at plus 270. The team points for the Pats, I think it's 28.5, if I remember correctly. I think that's an over. Let's see here. Patriot total points is at 30.5, minus 102. So we'll play that over. Again, I think they can get it to the 40s.
Worst defense in the league.
If they want to. if they want to. Plus 450 to get to 40. All right, Dave. Any plays in this game for you?
Yeah, Steve, I like the Patriots. We're gonna come up with some other stuff. I went Demario Douglas. I went with that angle for 2 at 50 to 1 right now. Gonna probably play his yards and receptions. Very, very good deep threat for the Patriots. And it's not gonna take much for him to meet the standard, the number he needs to get to. So I'm gonna go in a little bit different personnel here with Demario Douglas. I like the Pats overall. I was gonna play him on an alt spread on an alt spread ticket that I made up. I'm just a little worried about Cincinnati somehow making this a bit of a shootout. Scoring the points they need to for this game to go over 50.5. So, Steve, give me the Patriots on an alt line and give me Douglas for 2.
Douglas, what's your number on Douglas for 2?
I have it at 50 to 1.
Anyone has any action on this Premier League game in the 60th minute, Leeds 1, Aston Villa 1. How about that, Dave?
I hope they beat Leeds.
Let's get an Aston Villa win. That will give us a wide open ticket for the next game. That'd be great. Let's try to hit another soccer bet. Hit 5 teams yesterday for over 1.5 goals. All right, all Pats for me in this one.
Same.
All right, next game on my board. Do we have an Aaron Rodgers injury update? Have you seen anything? Let's see. Do I have him listed? I don't have anything yet on Aaron Rodgers.
I think it's going to be game time. I mean, I've talked to some Steelers fans who I believe they think he is going to go. So, but nobody's listed yet. So that's probably going to be an absolute game time decision, Steve.
Caleb Williams, the quarterback for the Bears, obviously 2.5 for Chicago, 46.5. The Bears are down 3 linebackers, so the tight ends do look appealing to me for Pittsburgh. Let's see what low numbers they have. Freiermuth is 19.5. Jonnu Smith is 17.5. Darnell Washington is 20.5.
I think I would look at that Washington angle. He's been getting more usage lately.
Where's my man Roman Wilson? I don't even see him listed today. 20.5. Yeah, that's not bad for Washington. So I'm going to note the tight ends for Pittsburgh today, not knowing who the quarterback's going to be, and just investing in some low-hanging fruit as it is. Calvin Austin the third, 15.5.
I do see Aaron Rodgers, Steve, in the anytime touchdown list.
Okay. All right. So maybe he's leaning towards playing, and they haven't populated his passing numbers quite yet.
And Roman Wilson is in there at 6 to 1 as well.
I do too. Why is he not in there for receiving yards?
Right.
All right. I see. Let's see. Connor Hayward's 25 to 1 for a touchdown. He's a tight end. 20 to 1 for Rodgers is what I see. Your boy Zacchaeus plus 650. Cole Kmet 6 to 1. Roman Wilson plus 650. Calvin Austin plus 600. Roman Wilson might be the new Calvin Austin is the thing there. Freiermuth plus 370. Luther Burden the third plus 360. Jonnu plus 340. Gainwell plus 340. Plenty of guys getting good numbers for a 1 touchdown in this game. DJ Moore plus 240. When has he ever been plus 240? Monungai is plus 195. Adunze plus 170. DK plus 150. 2 touchdowns in this game. Oh, we haven't done our 2 touchdown madness. I guess we need to start here. I'm going to stay away from this game, I think, for the most part, Dave.
Okay.
I'll play with some tight end numbers. 2 touchdowns. Swift plus 750. Warren plus 750. Metcalf 11 to 1. DJ Moore 22 to 1. Monungai 16 to 1. Adunze 13 to 1. Loveland 30 to 1. Darnell Washington 30 to 1. 33 to 1 for Gainwell. Burden the third 35 to 1. Jonnu Smith 35 to 1. Caleb Williams 33 to 1. You said Darnell Washington, Dave.
Yep.
Want to throw him in for the madness?
Yeah, why not?
2 touchdown madness.
They're going to have to throw it to somebody.
No pick for me on this game. if Aaron Rodgers does play, he is a Bears killer. And the Bears do have issues at linebacker. So I'm leaning towards an over. I'm not super thrilled about it. What do you like here?
Steve, so I like, first off, DeAndre Swift is in a 2-touchdown ticket at 7-1. I feel like he should get some usage today. Although Monungai, he is known to come in there and kind of counterfeit. So we'll see what that does. I just think it's going to have to be a heavy run game from the Steelers. You still have Metcalf out there, but then you have Washington, Smith, Gainwell's in there, Freiermuth. I'm telling you what, if I'm a quarterback, I'm liking the wide receiver personnel for Chicago a lot more than I do Pittsburgh right now. And I think that's going to be able to let the Bears kind of load up on the run, knowing that, depending also who's at quarterback, it's just, you would hope for better weaponry, I feel like, in the passing game if you're Pittsburgh. So maybe Chicago is able to load up on the run, knowing that Warren is going to get a lot of attention. And so also is Gainwell. So I think that's going to have to be the angle for the Steelers today, is they're going to have to kind of rely on that run game. And I'm just not so sure how that's going to work for them. The Bears have been a nice story. Not the best defense, but we'll see what happens. See, the Steelers tend to drag teams into these muddy under type of games. So we'll see if the Bears are able to counter that and really put some points up today. Give me Swift for 2. And right now, Steve, honestly, that's really my only official angle.
Swift has had a nice season. I'd like to see my man Loveland keep developing. He's hard to just trust on the week-to-week basis.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, next game on the board, Jets and the Ravens. Ravens minus 13.5, 45.5. I didn't really have this on my blowout radar. Dave Delgrandy thinks this is a complete blowout. What do you tend to think here?
Absolutely. I took the Ravens. What did I take them on my ticket? It was either 20.5 or 23.5. I think it's a smoke job from the Ravens going in the right direction. Now very, very much alive in the fight for that division. Oh man, if the Steelers lose today and the Ravens can beat the Jets, really? The Ravens are not out of it. I don't think they ever really were. Now watch out. Lamar's back. They're heading in the right direction. This could be a long, long day for the Jets, Steve.
I got Derrick Henry. I played him for 100 yards and more.
I have for 2
on a popcorn type of play. I also got Derrick Henry for 2 touchdowns as well, Dave. So it's Derrick Henry for me today.
Yep.
I'm going to take Likely somewhere as well, just because I feel like I'm priced into him at this point. He's kind of on that do list of players to score. In fact, Likely, maybe I should have put him on with that Hunter Henry and that other tight end I had earlier. Who did I have? Oh, man. On the art of making tickets. Let's see. We had Jameson Williams. We had Hunter Henry. And the other, we had Barner. So Likely is good of a chance to score as someone like Barner today. And you're getting like plus 310 on him. So I would take a chance maybe with him as well. Derrick Henry does get counterfeited by Justice Hill. He's plus 470. So you always have to worry about that nonsense. Or Lamar pulling the ball down and running it in himself. I might have to do a 2-game parlay, Dave, because the odds are so out of whack here. But we can get Lamar Jackson at 16-1, which he's never that. And we can get Justin Jefferson when we get to that game at 17-1 for 2 touchdowns, which we know from rooting for him every week. He doesn't get anywhere near that.
Right.
But that payout's going to pay big just for those 2 players.
That's an interesting. Yeah.
So I'm going to take a look at that when we cross that bridge. I'll come back and play with some numbers. For me in this Ravens game, do you have a 2 touchdown scorer here? Besides, do you want to use Henry as a ringer?
You want to?
You can.
Yeah, let's do it. I took the Ravens, Steve, 23.5 plus 276
On the alt line.
Yep.
So you're looking for a super blowout.
Well, yeah, I got a couple of them.
Right. I can see it. So full green light for the Ravens, I think, for the most part here. Likely 22.5. I'll take his receive yards over, actually, as well. If he doesn't score, he'll at least get his yards. And he goes well over that, too, usually.
Right.
He gets more closer to 60. So you can get a pretty good alt line on Isaiah Likely. Let's see what we can get. That's why we do the show. Alternate receiving yards. Isaiah Likely. You know what? I don't see that on my desktop. That might be on my phone.
Let me see if I can pull it up because I would be interested in his average.
Yeah, me too. And plus, I want to.
Where is Likely? Likely right now, and this is probably because he's missed some time. 17 is his average per game right now. So if you went to 40, Steve, plus 246, and beyond, it only gets better.
Okay. My phone's trying to do some software updating, so I can't get that. I would be interested in 50 yards or more. What's your number again?
All right, 50 is going to be plus 412.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at that at all.
Yeah. Okay. So give me some likely receive numbers. Breece Hall, I mean, again, it's malpractice if you don't throw him the ball. He's only at 18.5 today. That's not the worst parlay in the world, is to have a Breece Hall and Likely receiving yard parlay together.
Right.
If you do them both up to 40 or 45 on the little your way tab, where you can make it to the exact yard that you want, you're going to get a good price for both of those guys in the mid 40s or so. Derrick Henry hasn't gone over his in a while. He's at 6.5.
Yeah, God, that's just. It'd be the day you don't play it is when he's going to do it.
Tyrod Taylor, I would consider his rushing yards, but 26.5. He's an old man. That's a little too much.
Yeah.
We know Tyrod Taylor from down here in Virginia Beach. Okay, so Ravens blowout is the consensus there for the most part. Okay, do we have another blowout with Seattle and Tennessee to you?
I think so, Steve. That one.
Wow, I mean, this could be a bloodbath for the books.
That's what I'm thinking. I think I took them also at 23.5. So I had to move that quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, unless, Steve, it's like you said with the Chargers. But I think Seattle's a little bit better than that. And I don't see them letting that happen. I think this is way too much for Tennessee.
I think so too. We've seen Tennessee play a million times. They're not very good. I like Barner today. I like Jackson Smith on his prop or to get a touchdown. He's a candidate to get 2 touchdowns as well. The running backs kind of piss me off because they counterfeit each other. Darnold can throw some picks like he did last week. He threw 4 last week. Back to the basics a little bit today. Let's throw it to Jackson Smith. Let's throw it to Barner.
Yes.
To the tight end. And let's move the ball. Let's get, a nice, comfortable lead. Let's play smart football, and we'll kind of ease this one home. And, we'll basically just bludgeon these guys out of the gate a little bit and sail home from there. So I think the blowout is in the works as well. I'm not super thrilled about laying that many points. I think if you're going to do that, then you might as well take the Seattle team points over, which is at 26.5 right now. You can stretch that up to somewhere like 33.5 and get a good price. And let's see, for 33.5 points today, you get plus 260. That's not the worst thing in the world for Seattle.
No, not at all.
At Tennessee, you got to figure they'll score 4 touchdowns and a couple of field goals anyway against the Titans team who can't score anything. Seattle has a chance to score on defense today too. If you're going to look for defenses to score, it's got to be teams like the Ravens today against the Jets. It's got to be teams like the Seahawks against the Titans. These kind of Detroit against Jameis Winston when we get to that game. So Seattle stuff for me, nothing on Tennessee, Dave.
Yo, nothing I like for Tennessee. I do have Barner in kind of an obscure anytime touchdown parlay with two other guys, so that's an interesting ticket. I like Barner. Like I said, he's on that ticket. 40 plus yards is at plus 190.
Yeah, his numbers you loaded there.
If you start to kind of build a ticket, kind of what I'm doing here, Steve, as we go along.
Barner, likely yards.
Yeah, likely.
Douglas yards, the Mario
Yeah.
Douglas you could throw on there.
So right now, likely for 50, Steve, and Barner for 40. We're two guys. We're gonna add one more, maybe a fourth, but I mean we're at almost 14-1 right now, Steve.
Yeah, nice price. I like the angle. I'm gonna put my bullet points next to yards over for Douglas, Barner, and likely. They're all low hangers the way I see it.
Oh, and it only takes one bomb for Douglas. We've
Yep.
seen how many times have we seen that?
Right. Next game on the board could be another bloodbath. Detroit and the Giants. 13.5 now. So the Lions taking all the money this morning. 50.5. Point spread moving in favor of the Lions. Makes sense to me. I think the Lions, another candidate to score 40 points or so today against the Giants. Is this a blowout to you, Dave?
Oh yeah, Steve. This is this. Oh no, the Seahawks I took 20.5. Detroit, well, 23.5. How about that? Man, we've got such an obscure ticket here, but can these teams just take care of business? I mean,
all you need is that 1 week of just super duper blowouts.
And Steve, we talked about it this week, right? Interesting, good games at 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock seems like a dud. I mean, look at these matchups that we have. If it's gonna happen, it should be this week. And if it doesn't happen, maybe it doesn't happen at all. I mean, this is the slate that you want for that kind of stuff to happen. So yes, give me Detroit all over New York today.
All right, let's see. Passing wise, 3 touchdowns today for Goff is at plus 188. Jameis Winston for 3 touchdowns plus 630. I mean, that's the thing. If Winston does get involved, just who's the beneficiary of that?
Right.
Is the
I took, oh man, Steve, I hate it, but I took Hyatt, old Ant-Man's guy today.
I see Isaac Tesla at 8.5 receiving yards. I'd be tempted to throw him on with no Laporta. That's just going to open up the mouths for somebody else.
Yeah.
And if the Lions are going to move the ball, especially through the air, Tesla, Barner, Douglas, likely all low hanger numbers, and push them to an alt line round robin. I'd be all about that. Tesla is at his alternate receive yards
6.5 average, but figure that's because he didn't get much playing time.
Right. I don't see an alt number for him. He has to be on the your way.
What do you want?
30 yards.
Okay, I can only do 25 or 40.
25.
Plus 274.
Yeah, there you go. So that's an interesting one to me. Brock Wright is at 19.5. Isaiah Hodgins, 18.5. Theo Johnson, 35.5. Jahmyr Gibbs, just 29.5 receive yards. Doesn't he have to go over that?
Yeah.
He's an auto play every week. He had 107 last week.
Yeah.
Wando Robinson, 53.5. And that was against Philly. Jameson Williams, 62.5. St. Brown, 78.5. So a few things to like there. I think the Lions just score their number that they want. Campbell does not call off the dogs. They're a 31.5 baseline, which is a little more than the Pats. But over 39.5 is at plus 320 today to get the 40 points. So let's lay the howitzer with Green Bay here and just hope for the best. 2 touchdown scorers. St. Brown is all the way down to +1. I'm sorry, Gibbs is all the way down to +145. Montgomery +460. St. Brown +550. Jamison Williams 12-1. Singletary is at 14-1. Tyrone Tracy is at 17-1. Brock Wright is at 22-1. Wandell Robinson 25-1. Theo Johnson 27-1. Slayton is at 40-1. Isaiah Hodgins 75-1. Any 2 touchdown guys stick out for you, Dave?
Steve, man, not really.
Should we just go with let's just make it simple with a St. Brown in a kind of semi-ringer type of role.
All right, yeah, I was going to say either him or Williams.
Well, we can do Williams as a longer shot if you want to just keep the madness theme going.
Yeah, 10-1. I think you probably have it a little bit better.
12-1.
Yeah.
All right. So Jamison Williams on our ticket with Henry, DeMario Douglas, and Darnell Washington. Interesting set of players here. So all Lions for me.
Yeah, all lines. And Steve, if we add Tesla into that little ticket here, just these 3 guys, I might just leave it right here. 54-1.
Wow. Yeah, there you go. Nice little $5 to win 270, right? Something like that.
Yep. A 5 would pay 277.
Minnesota and Green Bay. Green Bay 6.5, 41.5. I think this plays under, Dave. The Minnesota scares me because McCarthy is terrible. And if he can't do anything, that just shuts down everybody else. Now, that being said, I'm going to parlay Lamar Jackson and Justin Jefferson together because I'm just priced in at those big odds. That payout will be, now I need to go to my phone because I have this Touchdown Madness ticket going. But that will be really the only thing that interests me on the Minnesota side of things. If we lock in Justin Jefferson for 2 touchdowns at plus 1,700, and then we go ahead and lock in 2 players who probably won't get 2 touchdowns, but definitely could.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have longer shots. Lamar is at 16-1. $10 pays 3,000. So I'll throw $12 on it to win $3,600 right now. Lamar Jackson, Justin Jefferson for 2. Besides that, I'll take Dontavian Wicks and pray that he scores. That, trust me, that's not a pick. I'm telling you guys to make. That's just my guy in the past who's won me money. I'm going to just kind of ride him to death. But he's at 28.5 yards baseline for his receiving yards. You probably talk me into that, actually, because that's pretty low. If we round robin the guys like Barner and like Lee and stuff like that. Christian Watson's been phenomenal for him. 49.5 is his. Big helmet Romeo Dobbs, 50.5. Justin Jefferson, you never see him at 63.5. And there he is. Aaron Jones is at 16.5 for his receiving number. Passing wise today, Jordan Love is at 231.5. McCarthy is at 186.5 for his baseline. I would take that under.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually write that down. You always have an under ticket just in case all your overs go awry. Trying to find 5 things of all these games that can go under. Put $10 on it. It'll pay off $200 at the end of the day. And you know what? If you lose, but you win your under tickets, you're not going to cry at night. Put it that way. 3 touchdown passes today for Jordan Love is at plus 320. J.J. McCarthy for 3 touchdown passes plus 750. Dave, what do you like in this game?
Oh, man, Steve, not much, to be honest with you. This is one I was looking at, and I couldn't really find much here. Dobbs I have for fantasy, so I'll be rooting for that always. Anytime plus 165 for 2, 13-1. That's about it, Steve. I'm not so sure. Again, you said Green Bay, they play down to their opponent. And their opponent today has not been playing very well. So are we going to see more of the same from the Packers at home against the Vikings? I'm just not so sure. I think in this one, I'm just going to focus on my fantasy guy, and maybe if we find something before game time that looks halfway attractive, we'll try it. But Steve, not much here. Give me Dobbs as a fantasy focus for me.
I like the under. We'll still pick a 2-touchdown score. I'll throw Dontavian Wicks at 25-1 on the list that we have going on.
All right.
For touchdown madness. So if you're catching up on touchdown madness, jot these names down real quick. Dontavian Wicks, Jameson Williams, Derrick Henry, Demario Douglas, Darnell Washington, whose line is now closed right now. That must be quarterbacking news. And Dontavian Wicks, 25-1 for him. Other 2-touchdown scores, Aaron Jones is 17-1. Emmanuel Wilson actually has a good chance of plus 550, I think, if you want to try to lean on the Jacobs replacement. Dobbs 13-1, Christian Watson 19-1, Chris Brooks 30-1, Jordan Addison 25-1, Hawkinson 55-1. Wow. Luke Musgrave 60-1. Musgrave's not the worst price in the world, considering that he is the tight end now in place of Tucker Kraft, right?
Right. 60-1
for Musgrave. I mean, he's going to have to find himself on a ticket somewhere.
For 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I did do,
maybe
Steve,
just straight up. Yeah.
Is I did the prop in this game. I think these are 2 teams that can kind of get in their own way. So a touchdown and a field goal in each half from each team, I feel like is possibly doable here today. So that is the one thing I took away from this.
Let's see if we have an update here on Pittsburgh real quick. Because Darnell Washington came back on the board at 35-1. And it looks like we have Mason Rudolph starting today.
All right.
So Mason Rudolph in, Aaron Rodgers out for the Steelers. So there you go. There's some breaking news for you. Just about done with the 1 o'clock slate. One more game. The Colts and the Chiefs. We'll pick a couple players out of this game. I think this is an over game, Dave.
Yeah.
I can see the Colts winning by 14. I can see the Chiefs winning by 14, to be honest. So if they're both going to play good, might as well take the over. That's my philosophy. They're pure and simple. If I'm teetering back and forth on who could be better today, the Chiefs could have their best game of the season, I think, to be honest, knowing that they're, like you said earlier in the week, backs against the wall, must play well. Colts have been on fire, coming off a bye week. Beautiful day out there in Arrowhead. I think this is a perfect short travel trip. It's not like that's a crazy trip.
No, right.
I think this has the chance to be a complete over type of game. 49.5 seems like a lot, but I think at the end of the day, Mahomes is going to do his thing. Jonathan Taylor is going to be doing his thing. Here comes Warren in the middle of the field for the Colts. Here's Alec Pierce getting involved. Here is Michael Pierce. Here's all the chief receivers. We know we have a million of them. And Patrick Mahomes spraying the ball all over the place. I do have a super greedy ticket of like Henry over 150 yards. Jackson Smith over 150 yards. And even Pat Mahomes is on that list, throwing for 4 touchdowns today, plus 750. Definitely just like a haymaker type of shot, Dave. But if Mahomes is going to throw at any point 4 touchdowns this season, then it has to be today. So I expect there to be a lot of points. The weather's nice. Again, all the college football games yesterday, we had a million points everywhere. Just why not in this game today with the Colts and the Chiefs? Colts trending great on offense. Chiefs sputtering, knowing that they need to have a big performance. And That's going to come through the arm of Mahomes at the end of the day here. I think we have joining us on the line now from the great state of Pennsylvania, the great Antolini, the Ant-Man, who's free rolling for the next 5 years. When it's the year 2031, he might go back into the red. Probably not, though. He's going to win a lot more up until then. Good morning, Ant-Man. How are you?
I'm actually upset. They just rolled Rodgers out.
We just talked about it.
Yep.
Yeah, I figured you guys talked about it. I saw that. Mason Rudolph. Oh boy, can't wait. I agree with what you said about Mahomes. This is must-win territory. I mean, they don't even have. They're not guaranteed to make the playoffs if they went out.
Yep. How about this? The Colts could lose out. If you look at their schedule starting today.
Lose out.
So that's your topsy-turvy NFL for you.
Chiefs have no running game. I mean, they have Kareem Hunt. He might squeeze something in there.
They have no running game. He counts as a goal line game, not a running game.
They have a goal line game. That's it. Pacheco sucks. Hunt is getting older. I don't even know what else they have. And Mahomes isn't running the ball as much as he used to, at least compared to earlier in the year. But my favorite play today is Rashee Rice, alternate over receptions. They're going to need him.
There we go. There's an Ant-Man pick right off the bat. That's what we like to see. Player total receptions for Rashee Rice today. And that's a bet I like to make myself with him. And I have not looked at that number today yet. Let's see. Rashee Rice receptions. What are you going to take him up to?
I'm looking at it right now. This little update on the app is still driving me insane. I'm still getting used to it.
The computer still works like the old way. It's probably the best way to look at these things. 10 catches is plus 390. 8 catches is plus 144. 11 catches plus 630. Ted McMillan pays a fortune for 9 catches for him. It'd be interesting to do a Rashee Rice, Ted McMillan 9 catches, perhaps.
9 catches apiece.
Yeah, Doug Grandy's convinced McMillan's going to have a huge game against his 49ers. So that might be a good pairing just for those.
Maybe by the time this call's over, I'll actually have that bet in.
Rice receptions.
The rate I'm going with this update it is terrible.
I think
I'm going to go get my laptop.
I'm going to just root for, I think, the Mahomes passing and the team total for the Chiefs and the collaborative effort, and try not to get my hair twisted out about who's scoring and who's not scoring. That being said, if they're going to score a lot, guys like a Noah Gray are due to score, who are paying pretty good today. Let's see here. Your touchdown scores for the Chiefs, who are the low hanger guys, starting with Noah Gray at 6-1, Tyquan Thornton 9-1, Smith Schuster 12-1 for a touchdown today. If the Chiefs are going to have a lot of points, isn't one of these guys worth a shot?
I love Schuster.
12. It makes sense. Jared Wiley scored last week, right? 25-1 for him. And then there's Robert Tonyan, who used to actually be really good, buried on the Chiefs bench, 35-1. How many tight ends do they have? They got 4. Mark Hollywood Brown, plus 410 for a touchdown today. Mahomes plus 310 for himself to run it in, which he'll do in a higher scoring game. Worthy's done nothing, but he's plus 220. Kelsey's plus 150. Rice seems logical at plus 110. Hunt minus 120. Jonathan Taylor minus 220. I think if you wanted to today, you could take the McCaffreys minus Ed McCaffrey's Christian McCaffrey. Ed McCaffrey's his dad. Christian McCaffrey minus 400 for a touchdown, but add Jonathan Taylor minus 220. Add Derrick Henry minus 160 or whatever it is. Put all those guys together and see if you can get a meager plus payout. 3-1 anyway, or something like that. Because I think that's a winner if you take all the alpha dogs. Gibbs could be on that list, right? Gibbs, Taylor, Henry, McCaffrey, all for one. Kyron Williams will get a touchdown. You can throw him on that list today as well. So I think, to me, let's just kind of keep it simple. Give me the Chief points, and I'll root for those. I have tickets with both the Colts and the Chiefs. We're just going to root for the over. Let's get some points. Let's try to bang this one home. What do you like, Dave?
Yeah, I definitely like the over. I have it at 50.5, minus 108. But yes, we talked about the Chiefs having to have it. But you know what? I made that ticket, and I'm going to stick with it. The Chiefs just don't look like themselves this year. The Colts coming off a bye, hoping to continue to roll like they have been. Give me the Colts minus 5.5 on the road in Kansas City to cover that
Nice.
number.
Look at that.
So I'm going to call for a bit of an upset here. Again, we talked about it earlier. I kind of talked myself out of it with the Chiefs. Again, still a game that they have to win. Got to have it, but I don't know. It just doesn't look the same. Let's go with the upset. Give me the Colts.
Love it.
Oh, got to be.
God fucking damn it.
All right.
That's funny.
That's all the Chief fans. All right. 2 touchdown madness today. Anthony, I'll throw Rashee Rice in here because you said it.
Yep.
I'll throw Alec Pierce in here because I said it. And we'll add those 2 guys with Dontavian Wicks. Back to the Wicks well. But, man, Luke Musgrave at 60-1 looks very appealing. I'm going to have to take him straight up for 2.
Right.
That is a straight up bet for 2 on Musgrave today. Jameson Williams, 12-1. Derrick Henry is our ringer, plus 240. DeMario Douglas, 50-1, which is insane to me that he's that high. Darnell Washington, now 40-1. How about that? If we round robin all that, and we do 25-cent legs, we will get, can we do the force? I don't think we can. That'd be nice. Oh, no, we can. We can do the force today at 15 cents a leg. So check this out. If any 2 of these guys hit, the average is a little over $100. If any of the 3 hit, we are now getting just under $3,000. With the 2s, it'll be about $3,000 on the average. And if we get 4 of these guys to hit, now we're talking business. Let's see, about 15 grand there, and then another 30 grand, about $45,000 if any of these 4 hit on the average. So that would be Darnell Washington, DeMario Douglas, Derrick Henry, Jameson Williams, Dontavian Wicks, Alec Pierce, and Rashee Rice. That's actually a pretty healthy ticket, huh?
Yeah, that's some madness right there.
All right, let me take a picture of this.
We love it.
And then, Anthony, 2 things that we talked about. Let me get your opinion on this. Other touchdown scores for 2. A simple 2-game parlay with, I told you my Diggs angle. I already told you that. But we have Justin Jefferson, who does nothing with McCarthy, at 17-1. And we have Lamar Jackson at 16-1. Man, isn't $10 worth it just for both of those guys?
I'll be rooting off just with that bet, but with my heart. That's my guillotine quarterback. It's my guillotine wide receiver.
12.
And it's gotten ugly. So I need everyone to haul ass today.
$12 pays $3,500 on that bet.
I'm fine with it. When I'm building my 2 touchdown thing. I'm actually going on the opposite end of this. I think this could be a Dobbs game. I don't believe Josh Jacobs is playing. I'm not 100% if he's inactive 100% yet, but I'm going with Jordan Love, and maybe they'll figure out that they're a passing team, and Romeo Dobbs might be their best player until at least Jaden Reed is back. So Romeo Dobbs is going to be on my ticket. But yes, Lamar and JJ, sign me up.
All right. Give me a Max Crosby touchdown at 55-1 today as he rips the ball out of the hands of Shedeur Sanders, laughs at him in the meanwhile into his face, and then takes it into the end zone for the score as he has the ball raised above his hands, and he's doing that old scissor kick into the end zone with nobody around him, and a convoy of Raiders, in which will be the only other touchdown scored besides the Myles Garrett sack strip fumble of Geno Smith, in which he takes the ball back to the end zone and scores himself at 55-1. So give me both of those players on a defensive touchdown to score today for Cleveland and the Raiders. The over-under is 36.5. Minus 3.5 is the line for the Raiders here. Now, Del Grande, I think, says it the most smart way. You're an idiot if you're a coach if you don't hand the ball off left and right today to Judkins and Genty, right?
Right.
Their baseline carries. If you can get a prop on their alternate carries, rushing attempts, maybe jack those through the roof a little bit. But their baseline for their rushing today is Genty 16.5 now. He went up a full rush from 15.5. So that should be a gimme over, I think. And the Judkins at over 18.5. How does he not get a huge workload, right? You're not going to drop Shedeur Sanders back there and let him try to deal. It's going to be Judkins all day. So I think that's what makes the most sense here. The game probably does stay under the total. Do we have a rushing attempts prop? I don't know. If you can find it, though, maybe go alternate rushing attempts with both of these guys. Besides that, this is a stink fest. It'll be interesting to see the distribution of Raider fans, the Brown fans in the stands, and the 4 o'clock window in which there are a bunch of these kind of games going on. I don't know. Maybe I'll find a better prop later. I have a hard time seeing a shootout here. I just do. Do any of you guys see this as a higher scoring game at all?
No.
The only way this game's gonna be a shootout is when Geno Smith gets benched, and then the legendary Aiden O'Connell comes in and starts throwing dimes to Brock Bowers. That's the only way you're gonna get a crazy over game. And for the random way of Shedeur Sanders actually,
that could happen.
I don't know, doesn't do actually that bad and doesn't run backwards and throws the ball forward. Cedric Tillman.
Shedeur's at 157.5 baseline. Geno Smith 195.5. With Anthony's angle, the Geno under. We talked about a underpassing with McCarthy. Geno fits that profile today too. To be honest,
Yeah, absolutely.
because he could get pulled.
It would just be the funniest thing because it's not like O'Connell's been sitting on the bench. He just got activated from the IR.
Right.
And the last time look, I'm not saying Aiden O'Connell's good, but just like the random backups show up out of nowhere, kind of like, just like Joe Flacco does randomly. Like Jacoby Brissett, throw Aiden O'Connell in there. Like I said, Geno Smith has to get benched, so that's obviously a long shot prediction, but the hell with it. We need something to root for, especially with this game. The only other bet I really have in this game, yeah, you gotta have something to talk about. The only touchdown scores I really have is Judkins for 2. And Dave, in our little fantasy league, I picked the Browns and Myles Garrett. So I'm with Steve on the Myles Garrett strip sack touchdown.
Yeah, why not?
Let's see if I got those odds right on those two guys too, as well.
Is that roll your own, Ant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured the Browns looked fantastic last week, even in a losing battle against Baltimore. Now they're playing the Raiders, and look what Dallas did to them.
Right.
Garrett 60-1, Max Crosby 65-1 for a defensive touchdown today, or anytime touchdown, or it's a defensive player to get anytime touchdown. So they could get it on offense. Actually, would you be surprised? Would you not be surprised if you didn't see some sort of a crazy offensive package for one of those guys? To be honest,
No.
Why? There's Myles Garrett at tight end
In a game like this,
What are they doing? Yeah.
I'm more surprised that we're still on this game.
Yes. Well, let's move on.
Correct score: Cleveland 17, Las Vegas 10, 90-1.
So the game the other night, I think it was 23-19 the last time they played. I'm not sure last season, Houston and Buffalo. I'd have to look, but 23-19 was in my head, and I didn't think about playing it at all, a correct score, but lo and behold, that's what it was. Jacksonville minus 2.5, 46.5. So money's coming in on the under here. Dave Del Grande thinks this is the second highest scoring game of the week. Because all Brissett does is throw the ball, and the Cardinals don't have any defense. They're so banged up at this point. Trevor Lawrence and company coming in town here. Man, the ineptitude scale could be off the charts in this game. This is a tough one to me. I guess it goes over because we need to root for it. I got a good pick for you. I'm going to throw Tim Patrick. He scored last week. I've been waiting for him to kind of emerge out of his bubble. He showed his face, and he is paying today 6-1 for a touchdown. So that'll be good enough for me on a ticket. Dortch, they threw the ball to Dortch a ton, plus 350 for him for a touchdown. So even those two guys alone is at 26-1 odds in that game. So that might be an angle to take, to be honest. Man, your man De'Ami Brown at 11-1, Dave.
I know.
If this could be a higher scoring game, isn't someone like De'Ami Brown getting involved here? Tim Patrick, something like that.
Definitely worth his yards, I would think.
I don't know. Do you see any gold in this game, Dave?
Gold, no, not really. I think this is a really good spot for Jacksonville to pick up another win and head in the right direction towards that playoff picture. So I tell you what, I looked, doing all the homework last night, trying to find something. There's the usual suspects up there at the top in McBride and ETN. Sure, you can go with that. Maybe Jacoby Myers you could sprinkle in. But Steve, I rounded off the prop ticket, which we'll discuss off air. But give me Jacksonville and Arizona. You talked about it. These two teams, they can get in their own ways, that's for sure. Give me each team for a touchdown and a field goal in each half.
I love it. We haven't pulled up an interceptor list yet.
No, we haven't even started that.
And if we do a 2-touchdown madness for 4:00, we'll throw in Judkins because I think he makes the most sense as well for that. I don't know. Anthony, can this be a shootout here in the desert?
Well, I will be rooting for my Jacoby Myers. I'm actually glad Brian Thomas isn't playing because he sucks. Jags are the biggest enigma, I think, in the NFL. How are they good? I can't explain it. I'm going to give you an interesting fun fact of the Jags today, and you already brought up one of them, Tim Patrick. It's his birthday today. Want to know who else's birthday today is? Backup tight end Johnny Munt.
Wow.
I'm throwing the two birthday boys in for a touchdown parlay, and one more birthday, Tyrone Tracy, the unfortunate backup running back for the Giants. But hey, any opportunity. So that's my birthday touchdown parlay. Tim Patrick, Johnny Munt, unfortunately, both the same team. So now I really have to rely on Lawrence. But the hell with it.
I like the angle.
Yeah. You're going to get paid good for that, too.
We're going to go back on the Arizona side. I don't know if you guys watched this game or not, but Jacoby Brissett, did he not set the NFL record of most completed passes?
Yep.
And Michael Wilson caught, 15 of them?
Yep.
Look, there's a chance, of course, that everyone comes back down to normal. But at the price tag of plus 640,
well, in a game that doesn't have much to, you're digging for things to offer. I mean, why not take the guy who has the hot hand, right?
I mean, Michael Wilson plus 640 to get 9 catches. Why not? I might add him to the Rashee Rice, McMillan. I can't pronounce his first name, but the McMillan 9 catch, Rashee Rice 9 catch, and Michael Wilson.
You just have to call him Tet for short.
Tet.
Yep.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Like Jet, but Tet.
Fair enough. And on a fantasy note, Jacoby Brissett has been the number 3 quarterback the past, I think, 4 weeks. So, you know what? If they keep this random thing that they have going, then fire up me, my Michael Wilson.
2 touchdowns for Judkins and Michael Wilson today alone. $10 went to you 1,290. How about that? So that's a good start to touchdown madness. Higher scoring game higher scoring game or lower scoring game, Dave? What do you lean?
Oh, I lean higher.
Anthony?
I think it's just going to right at 46. I don't know. I don't. I don't do the over under with these games. I do prop.
Just not an extreme under. We'll get some points regardless, right?
Because these teams are both goofy, and it could be a shootout.
One of my plays of the day is Alvin Kamara for a touchdown at plus 170, as the Saints are the favorite at home against Kirk Cousins and company. Not much company because everyone's hurt. No Drake London. And they do have Bijan now. They do have some Algiers. But the Saints with a chance at home here. Olave has had a nice thing with Shaw. And the Saints, as bad as they are, I think have a chance to win this game here. I wouldn't be shocked either way. Bijan probably is the alpha dog and does have a huge game. But just some sort of way or fashion, I think Alvin Kamara gets into the end zone today. He's out plus 165. I think you could throw him on an anytime touchdown ticket for 1, maybe even for 2. In fact, that's what we'll do on this ticket here. Kamara's 12-1 for 2. Why not? Kamara, Michael Wilson, and Judkins, $10 now went to you, 16,890 for those 3 guys to get 2 touchdowns. That's not obscene.
No, not at all.
So give me that. Bijan's plus 410. Maybe we actually put him in there too. We got to put a Cowboy and the Eagle right in there. Chris Olave is 13-1. Algier 13-1. Pitts 22-1. Valet 40-1. Taysom Hill 35-1. Mooney 30-1. Neal 80-1. Passing wise, Shao is at 202.5. You got a lot of quarterbacks with some low numbers who could really fly over these yardage totals today. I would take a look at some of these guys like a Bryce Young, a Shaw, even if you wanted to take a shot on Shador and his 150, just to get to 200 yards. Right? You're going to get good plus money on some of these guys if Shaw can get like 250 yards passing this afternoon. So some low-hanging fruit in terms of some of these quarterbacks today. Cousins is 204.5. He can't come out with a 350-yard games out of the blue, right? He still can. Can he?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I don't know. All it takes is Bijan Robinson to break a tackle or 2 to get 85 of those for you. So maybe, if you're taking an obscure ticket of things that, are unlikely to happen, those are the kind of things I think you look at for a chance to actually get a winner. Because there's always the things you don't think of. Oh, yeah, I should have just thought Kirk Cousins could score against the stupid Saints all day. Or this kid, Tyler Shao, who might be a little bit better than advertised at the end of the day.
Well, he definitely has a connection with Olave.
He has a connection with Olave.
Sign me up for that. I wouldn't be surprised if Olave gets over 100 yards again today. I don't know what the heck we have with Kirk Cousins. Maybe it's just lack of reps, but who the hell knows? But they're missing Drake London. It's going to be filtered through Bijan, maybe Kyle Pitts. I'm making a random touchdown score for the 4 o'clock games, and Daryl Hodges is involved in that at 6-1. So that's going to be one of my goofball picks today. Kamara's been banged up. I would not be surprised if he gets in the end zone, but Olave and Kamara is the only ones that I truly think will do anything. Oh, by the way, Josh Jacobs officially inactive.
All right. There you go. There's your news update. Let's see here. All right, off the stink bomb. I don't know what else to say about these games, guys.
Really?
What do you want me to say? Dave, anything else here?
Give me the over 40.5, I guess. There's definitely the weaponry to do it. So let's keep this 4 o'clock window simple because, man, these really look like some clunkers. Over 40.5 will be my pick.
Where there is smoke, there is fire. And that is with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown not getting along. That is stories of Jalen Hurts not talking to his center Lane Thomas for 5 months off a dispute in the offseason. But the fact that Jalen Hurts, although he's getting calls in to pass the ball, is either A, just running with it, or B, audibling out of the play into a run play. So the Eagles -3 against the Cowboys. The Eagles play every game close. This game in week 1 was sailing over the total before we had that electrical lightning storm that we never saw any lightning on this TV, if you remember that. And we all had to sit for an hour and a half on opening night waiting for this game to resume, which it resumed to an under, the first bad beat of the season right out of the gate, because they were sitting right on like whatever it was, 44 points to go over the total at the time. And a ping pong affair in the first half turned into a dull fest because all the momentum was broken from that nonsense. But here we are at AT&T Stadium. No such issues this afternoon. Again, I'll just fill in Anthony with this. I filled in Dave. This will be the third time that I mentioned it today. And if you're out there tailgating in Dallas, you guys be nice to each other today. No fighting. Okay. No picking on people. Let's see.
Leg it down or smack 'em, yak 'em.
No throwing beer. I don't want to see any videos of bloody Cowboy fans laying down, getting beat up by drunk Eagle fans. Everyone just take a chill pill today. Let's not get so aggro. Smoke your weed. Smoke more weed than drinking today. That'll chill you out. All right. But there's no need to lose your mind. Did you guys see the video of the elementary kids beating up the Cowboy players boxing? Did you see it, Anthony?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta start him young.
That's right.
They all deserve A+ in my book. What a joke. Unbelievable.
They got the next day of school off for that.
Unbelievable. And I'm against it. I can't believe they're promoting this. What a bunch of idiots.
Yeah. So Eagle fans, be nice while you're in Dallas today. And Dallas, be a good host. Buy your buddy a beer. Give him a pat on the back. Tell him they have a nice season. Tell him it's okay. You know what it's like to have a diva wide receiver complaining all the time. All right. So that being said, close game to me. It goes over the total. I'm going to do this, guys, because this is what happened the last time that they played. Give me my bet that I do every week of Saquon Barkley receiving yards, which is at 16.5. I'll stretch that up to 40. And give me Jalen Hurts on his rushing yards. And I'll euro away those two guys together on a popcorn style of parlay of receiving yards for Barkley, rushing yards for Hurts. Because that's what they do best, and that's what they'll do against the Dallas defense today. If the Eagles can't go over this week, they will never go over the rest of the season on their point total. And they will. They'll get bounced at some point in a pile of discontent with each other when their team chemistry is not what it should be. Where there is smoke, there is fire. As many headlines that we have in the NFL, Philly is his own little planet by itself, aren't they? Of internal headlines. So give me the Eagles. Now, look, me and Anthony have this, and I talked about it on the air. We're priced in with Dallas and Miami. I got now $25 to win well over $4,000 or whatever it is on Dallas and Miami to make the playoffs. So I'm rooting for the Cowboys. I think this is a 1-point game either way, and I think we get over the total. What do you like, Anthony?
I obviously don't like either of these teams, and I really, really dislike the Eagles. especially because they've been covering all the headlines about how Hurts doesn't talk to the center and A.J. Brown's a diva. They're still what, 8-2, 9-2, whatever. They're still what, a top 2 seed in the NFC. So I hope Dallas today. I don't think it will happen. I think it's going to be a close game, but I'm going to be a Dallas fan today. And if I'm going to root for Dallas, I'm going to bet the guy who scored twice in week 1, Javonte Williams.
Javonte Williams, yep.
I want to throw Ferguson in there for any time. He didn't score against them week 1. And he had that just painfully embarrassing drop. He had a couple drops, I think it was a couple weeks ago, I believe. So, plus Dallas is fun to watch. So give me Javonte. Or as Philly, I don't know. I'm probably just not going to take anyone. So that's all on you guys.
I like Javonte Williams 5-1 for 2 touchdowns on the premise you just said. He did it against them last time. I'll throw Barkley in at 6-1 for 2 on this ticket we have with Judkins, Michael Wilson, and Alvin Kamara. I think this is a nice, fun ticket now. If we play all of these guys and we do $2 for the 3-game parlays and $2 for the 4-game parlay and $2 for the 5-game parlay, that is a total of $20 invested to win $155,000. If you get any 3 of the guys, then we're going to average out about $1,500, a little bit less than that for 3. Any of the 4 will be, let's see, about $18,000. And then if we can get all 5 home, then we're looking at the grand jackpot of $155,000 off of $20. So that's Javonte Williams, Saquon Barkley, Kamara, Michael Wilson, and Kenshawn Judkins. That's not bad. That's not a bad ticket considering what we have to work with, to be honest. Other low-hanger numbers in this Dallas-Philly game, and Nephew Dave's our expert. We'll get his take here in a second. Give me Flournoy over 9.5 receiving yards.
I was just about to say, don't forget about him.
Give me Jahan Dotson over 10.5 receiving yards. Give me the Barkley over 16.5. Give me Jake Ferguson over 29.5 in his. So I think there's room to do a nice same game parlay with some receiver numbers here for a nice payout at the end of the day. Passing wise, let's see. What's Hurts for 2 touchdowns passing? Minus 122. I was hoping for plus money. Dak's the same, basically, minus 112. Dak for 3 touchdowns is at plus 320. Jalen Hurts for 3 touchdowns is at plus 310. He's going to run the ball to the chains, get a first down. He'll do that 5 times. That'll be enough to get 40 yards. Barkley will get his 3 or 4 catches, get the 40 yards. I think that's a simple way to approach this. And you could win that maybe even in the first half. Or, at least be 3/4 of the way there with Barkley and Hurts. Nice little parlay for that. I don't see the your way on the computer here. I'll have to play with that on the phone. But I'll stretch out the yards for actually, let me take a picture of this and I'll actually give you all the price. Because that's why I hate doing 2 touchdown madness on the computer, because I can't plug in other stuff as we go. And I have a new phone, so I'm trying to be a little careful as I woke up to my original phone just tweaking out of the blue yesterday for no reason whatsoever other than wear and tear. But if we're going to do alternate lines for Hurts rushing, just simple enough, 40 yards plus 182, and then 40 yards for Barkley receiving. Now, if you want to add a Flournoy and Dotson on for 20 yards each, be my guest. But, why bet 4 things when you only need 2 things to really happen to make a nice little payday of something? But we're going to get 14-1 odds. So, $20 wins you about $300 on Jalen Hurts for 40 yards Barkley for 40 yards. Simple enough ticket for me. What do you like, Dave?
All right, so yes, I like this to be a close game, kind of like the first one that we saw. Steve, you make a good point. We're in a dome now, so we don't have any of those issues. So this game should be, in my mind, just like it was before that weather delay that seems so long ago. I like this to probably be a game that comes down to who has the ball last. Probably looking to kick a field goal in a walk-off style to win this game. 47.5 could be not enough here. I think we're able to get over that. You have everything you want in front of you as far as these cast of characters: Williams, Barkley, Hurts, all the guys that you guys already talked about. Steve, I'm glad you touched on Flournoy. He scored last week.
Yep.
7-1 to do it again this week.
He's been nice. He's been a nice little player.
And he has. He's been nice. I understand that Williams is in the backfield. Then you have CeeDee Lamb and Pickens on the side.
That's what makes him attractive.
But
because he's better than Turpin and Tolbert.
Exactly. He is producing a lot more than the guys that you just mentioned. So as a sneaky 7-1 touchdown, you have to find his he's got to find his way on a ticket somewhere for that price. Is just really good.
So late in the day, the Flournoy, Tim Patrick for one touchdown each ticket.
Yep.
You're parlaying a 7 and a 6-1 together. That's a nice payout.
Oh, absolutely.
That's going to be like $10 for like 400 or something.
Throw a 20 on that is what I would do.
Yep. I agree.
All right, so let's not forget about him. Excellent number. I love it. Usual cast of characters. You guys touched on the props well enough. Not much else to be said there. Again, 47.5, probably not enough. Back and forth game. Who has the ball last? That's going to be your winner.
Speaking of winners, final score: Leeds 1, Aston Villa 2. As our soccer parlay that we gave you earlier is now 2-0, going for the third and final leg of over 3.5 goals between Tottenham and Arsenal. Kickoff as we speak. How about that?
Nice.
$500 if it hits. That would be a nice way to start NFL Sunday. Let's get all those goals in the first half, boys. Okay. You know how you win? You know how you win Survivor Pool, Anthony? I'm going to ask you that question. Here's how you win Survivor Pool today. Do you know how? Let me ask you.
Don't listen to my advice.
You let everybody else take the all the heavy, the Seattles, the Green Bays, the Detroits of the world, the Seattle, the Ravens. So when the Jets win, the Titans win, the Giants win. Wow. Should we just do a round robin of all those teams just to be safe?
Oof.
Right? Why wouldn't you? Just for an insurance?
Yeah, you certainly could.
While everyone else loses there, you take the under the radar blowout of the day, which is the Rams, to absolutely whitewash Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers. Now, it's as simple as this. And I've been the Baker backer for when no one stood by Baker's side. I was the lone man standing by Baker's side when he started his job at Tampa Bay. It was me who never abandoned Baker. And I'm not abandoning Baker. I'm just telling him that there's better days ahead. Now, I get it. They get Godwin back. But, man, they should really sit him. Do you guys want to know what the Tampa Bay schedule is coming up here? Do you know it? Offhand? Let me read off the Tampa Bay schedule to you after they play the Rams. It is starting next week, home against the Cardinals, home against the Saints, home against the Falcons, 3 consecutive home games against teams you can beat. Then they're at Carolina, at Miami, then home against the Panthers. So they could go 6-0. This game does not matter to them today. It kind of does, but it doesn't. And they're coming off a thumping at Buffalo, basically. I can see this. And we saw how good Buffalo is. I mean, they're not that good. And the Rams are a much better team and a team on a mission. So I completely see a scenario where we're in the third quarter and it's a 21-point game, 20-point game, and Baker goes to the bench because you don't want to get him killed for the rest of the year. This season for the Buccaneers starts next week, and the Rams are not going to be denied tonight. They're going to win this game and win it convincingly, and then the Buccaneers, I think, will throw in the towel literally at some point in the second half. They're just going to be outclassed, outmanned. The Rams have a better defense. Puka Nacua could easily have 2 touchdowns today. Why not? Kyron Williams could have 2 touchdowns. In fact, we should probably put him on this afternoon madness ticket. Kyron Williams makes sense to put in there. So we'll go ahead and add him in there as well. But for me, this is one-way traffic. This is the sneaky blowout of the week with the Rams and the Buccaneers. So I know both of you guys like Baker and the Bucs as well. So give me the reason why I'm going to be wrong here. This, again, after going to Buffalo and coming to Los Angeles, this is just a bad spot for Baker and the boys. That's the way I see it. What do you think, Dave?
Well, Steve, I'm hoping they keep it close. They need to get Bucky back, man. That is such a key for them. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's a tough spot, Steve. I totally understand it. Still a good team, though, that I think is definitely capable of keeping it close, and they did that until late against Buffalo, who is still a good team. You know, I understand that kind of like the Chiefs, they don't really look quite like themselves at the moment. But I like Tampa to at least, you know, give them a game here. Godwin's coming back. You still have Egbuka out there. Again, tough task against Adam, Williams, and Nacua, your 3-headed monster there. But, you know, I see a way in which the Buccaneers could keep it close. If it does get to that, like you said, Steve, yeah, go ahead and, you know, rest Baker up. No reason to get him hurt. You know, in a schedule that, yes, they should win, but that's a pretty heavy divisional schedule as well. And you know how them things can go. On any Sunday in a divisional game, anything can happen. So I think that gives this game here a little bit more of an importance for Tampa. Maybe they know that, knowing that they have had those couple losses. So I think they kind of tighten down and at least give some good effort here. Try to make this one close. 49.5, I think, is where we're going to hover around. So give me Tampa on the spread, Steve.
I'll take it one step further. I'll take Baker under 242.5 passing yards in case he does get the hook to save his health. That might not be the worst play.
No, it's probably a good play, yeah.
All right, Anthony. Do the Buccaneers hang in here with your Puka Nacua?
I think them getting Godwin back is going to help. Now, I'm guessing he'll be on somewhat of a snap count. But David, you are right. They need Bucky back. I think he'll be back by next week. So in your scenario, Steve, of them benching Baker, I kind of understand that, but Baker's not coming out of this game. Baker's going to keep firing. You saw what he did against Buffalo. I'm curious to see how they involve Tucker. That's what I'm really intrigued on because he scored, 3 touchdowns last week?
He's been nice.
He has been.
A player we haven't talked about either. It was shame on us. We should be talking about these kind of guys for sure.
Well, of course. Well, now if we bet Tucker today, you know Rachaad White's going to get it all. So,
right.
Temper expectations. But guess what, guys? The Rams are the best team in the NFL right now. Matt Stafford's the best quarterback. I mean, I feel like it should be a slam dunk to just throw Stafford in to throw 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns? Because right now, Devontae Adams, it's obvious that Puka and Devontae are the best wide receiver punch. I mean, you can make an argument with Ray and Pickens, but it's Puka and Devontae all day. So I'm not going to debate anyone that you want to take for the Rams, Puka, Adams, Kyron. But if I'm going to just pivot and just do something completely out of the ordinary, give me Blake Corum to score twice. 30-1.
Oh, wow. Look at
interesting.
Now, don't put put your life savings on it. He's only been averaging 9 touches in the last 4 games, but they're at the goal line. I'm not saying if Kyron gets binged up or anything, but just a random pitch. On top of the fact that if the Rams do blow out the Buccaneers, scoring would be a little bit more.
All right, I'm coming up with this crazy parlay as we speak. I cannot wait to run this by you here in a second. To be honest, all right, yeah, I do. I love the Puka angle too tonight for sure. Let's see here. Okay, 7 players to get a touchdown. Tell me when I'm wrong. Javonte Williams. Someone just scream wrong if they don't agree. Javonte Williams, Saquon Barkley, Kyron Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Quinshon Judkins, Jahmyr Gibbs, Derrick Henry, and let's throw one more guy on there, Jonathan Taylor. Anyone screaming wrong here?
Is it funny that Derrick Henry's the one that I'm worried about? Like, it should make 0 sense. He scored. Henry and Barkley are the ones I'm worried about. I can't explain why.
So, $20 wins you only 766 on those 8 guys. But there's a chance. I'd say that's a 30% chance of happening. I would say. I think you get 5 of these guys to score out of the 8 anyway. So can you get the last 3?
Right.
And they all make sense to score. Why would you take 8 guys in a parlay like an idiot? But there you go.
Put it on the board and we'll tail it.
Yeah.
You put it on the board and we'll tail it.
Yep.
All right, and we always want you to do your homework for Monday night. Most of our plays don't come up until then. But we did mention the Ted McMillan receptions. 9 of them is almost 6-1. Though Grandy loves that. He loves a Brian Robinson Jr. touchdown too, as he's been trending up and giving McCaffrey a little bit of slack there. McCaffrey should have a big game as well, and he thinks that's the highest scoring game of the week. So we could have some Monday night magic. Anyone else want to add to that? Dave?
Well, yeah, I mean, I could definitely see it 49.5 being the number. I love McMillan. I have that in fantasy, so I will be paying attention to that. Dowdle, I believe I have as well. So you got McCaffrey, Kittle. I mean, the top 4 favorites to score there. I mean, that's kind of enough said here. Carolina has been feisty and fun to watch at times. 49ers at home. I think it's actually a good Monday night game. So I could see a scenario in which we see some fireworks coming out of these guys. And I think it's a good Monday night game.
Anthony, shootout Monday?
I sure in the heck hope so. It's got, what's his name? Pete, whatever, McMillan. I got him on my team, so I need him to produce. I like him with the receptions. And, of course, I'm an idiot. I'm going to keep continuing to play Leggett until he hits.
All right. We've had a ton of viewers all morning long, so thank you guys for tuning in this morning. We appreciate that. I think this is probably our most viewed episode ever.
Ricky Pearsall's finally back. I know he played last week. He only had 1 catch, but get a little juice with Brock. I will not be surprised if Pearsall gets in the end zone. And of course, throw McCaffrey and Kittle if you want. Hell, I think they both scored twice last week.
Yep.
But I mean, guess what? I mean, the Panthers are actually in the playoff hunt. So let's see what Bryce Young can do, and hopefully it's Pitt and Leggett and Dowdle. But
Bryce Young is one of those low hanger quarterbacks right at 200 yards passing, who I could see stretching that up to 250 or something like that. There's going to be a round robin of El Stinko quarterbacks to pump up their low numbers on a round robin. So I'll just say that. All right. Here we go. Let's cue it up. The best 2 touchdown sounder in all the sports, which I think I cut it on and then turned it off. Here we go. Do we have a score in this soccer game yet? Which is 15 minutes old. 13 minutes in, 0-0 Arsenal Tottenham.
Johnny.
Nil to nil.
20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Rick Bell. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right, 2 touchdown scores for today. What do you got, Dave, on your primary ticket?
All right, primary ticket. We're going to fire it off with Demario Douglas. We're going to follow it up with Jackson Smith and Jigba. And we're going to throw Derrick Henry on there. We're going to give him a try versus the Jets. Come on, Derrick. Do it against the Jets. And then we'll round that off, little 4-man parlay of DeAndre Swift against the Steelers.
I'm going, Anthony, what do you got?
I'm going to start this thing off with T. Higgins. I don't know what you guys talked about with that Bengals Patriots game, but that over is at 50. No Jamar Chase. Joe Flacco for probably the last time this year. Let's see if he can go out with a bang. I don't care who's covering T. Higgins. I'm throwing him in there. I'm going to tag him with Jahmyr Gibbs. He's their offense, and they're playing the Giants at home. If the Chiefs are going to win this game, it's going to go through Rashee Rice. Fire me up for 2. If the Browns are going to do anything, it's going to be through Judkins. And then, of course, finish off with Javonte Williams. If you want to throw, that's my primary one. I have another one that I'm not putting as much on. But, Dave, you said it, JSN. See if the Seahawks can be up 30-0 by the end of the first quarter like they do all the other times. Add me in with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Romeo Doubs, especially with Matthew Golden being out as well, and no primary Josh Jacobs. And my last one, and it sounds like I'm contradicting myself, but let's see if Derrick Henry can kill the Jets today.
We all have Henry. Anthony, your other best bets for the early window of games that you missed with us. So everything but the Chiefs and the Colts. Me and Dave went over. You have any other best plays out of that, prop-wise, that aren't touchdown scores?
Not really. I kind of have to figure this one out.
Okay. My 2 touchdown scores. Let's see. Let me get my again, we had 1 million viewers all morning. So thank you. I think one of the better angles today is a shot across the bow of Jamar Chase and the Patriots saying, hey, remember Diggs when he used to be a superstar? You're over there, Chase, on the sideline, you spitter. Here's Stephon Diggs catching 2 touchdowns. So I like Diggs for 2 touchdowns today. I have him parlayed with both St. Brown and Jameson Williams. One of those guys gets 2. I'm not sure which one, so I'll parlay them both with Diggs. I'll take on that same 2 touchdown motif. I'll take 2 guys who should be getting 2 touchdowns all the time, but they haven't been anywhere close. And that's Lamar Jackson and Justin Jefferson. That's a nice big payout. $12 pays $3,500 there. I'm going to take for Green Bay today. I'm going to go ahead and take my man Luke Musgrave for 2 on a. You know what? He loved Tucker Kraft. Maybe he needs to get back to the tight end a little bit here. And Musgrave at 60-1 is going to be worth like a $10 bet to me to win $600. So we'll take a shot there. I do like Gibbs. I do like Jackson Smith. That angle there. We're on Henry as well. We'll be on Judkins as well. Let's see here. A shot really for Barkley, I think, for 2 as well. You know, CD Lamb, why not for 2 as well? We can throw him on that list. Puka Nacua sounds logical to me for 2, and we'll take McCaffrey for 2 as well. All right. Your best plays, Dave.
All right. We're going to go with the three-man climb the ladder here. We're going to start it with Isaac Tesla, 25-plus receiving yards. Then we're going to climb a little higher. A.J. Barner for 40-plus receiving yards. And then we're going to hit the top of the ladder, hopefully cashing it out. Isaiah Likely, 50-plus receiving yards.
I like all those guys in a round robin as well with Demario Douglas on his alternate number over. I think those are four guys just for the yardage sake, and now you have to worry about scoring who we're priced into. I'll look at that little Your Way tab and try to finagle some fun numbers with that. Let's see here. I'll take a shot on the receptions. I'm sorry, on the receiving yards for Likely and Breece Hall, probably together. Both of those guys have low numbers on the Your Way that you can probably increase. Let's see here. I'll take a shot with the under for McCarthy passing, the under for Baker passing, and the under for Geno Smith passing today. I'll incorporate Olave somewhere on a ticket. I like the Flonase angle. Maybe some yards for him and a touchdown. I like the Tim Patrick angle for the touchdown. I like the Anthony's birthday parlay of Munt, Tracy, and Patrick.
And don't forget Johnny Munt.
Yeah, Munt. Yep. Tracy and Patrick. The Gibbs receive yards always in play. Let's see here. What else do I have written down? Let me go back to yesterday. Team-wise, let's see any other props. Though Grandy said take a shot on LaQuint Allen if both the running backs for the Jags are out. Hard to say, but I'll still see Tootin and Etienne listed. Both the running back rushing attempts for the Raiders baseline looks good. Kamara plus 170 for a touchdown looks good. Dave Delgrandy's top 5 plays. McMillan over 65.5 yards receiving. Trey McBride touchdown. A Jackson Smith touchdown. Mahomes over 1.5 passing touchdowns. And Derrick Henry for a rushing touchdown. And to get 100 yards. I will take the Patriots to score into the 30s and to cover that big 7.5 point spread. I will take the Ravens to score in the 30s and cover that 13.5 point spread. I'll take Seattle to score probably in the 30s and cover that 12.5 point spread. I'll take the Lions to score in the 40s and alt line cover that 13.5 point spread. All the big favorites. Eek. Scary, right? I'll take the pure over in the Colts Chiefs. I'll take under in the Vikings Packers. I will take the over in the Cowboys Eagles. I will take the Rams in a blowout of Tampa Bay. And I will take San Fran probably to win by 10 points in a higher scoring game against Carolina. Your Big Steve lock of the week, which is 7-3 overall. We'll take the Rams -7 over Tampa Bay, $1,000 to win 1,000. Rams -7 over Tampa Bay, 1,000 to win 1,000. All right, boys, that's NFL Week 12. How about that?
Flying by.
You guys ready for some Jersey Mike subs today? Because I'm making them.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we're getting out a little bit before noon. We will do the history of fantasy football with the inventor and the godfather himself, Dave Delgrandy, 8 o'clock Thursday morning Thanksgiving. We'll pick some games with him. And then the Ant-Man, Nephew Dave, and I as we prepare for the Packers and the Lions. We'll come break down the 4 games for the day and for Friday. Good luck today. Let's get some big winners.
By the way, Steve, don't touch that turkey that I put in your freezer.